Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2373. How are Cui Hongshan and these 6 dumb birds? Xiaohua thought as his mind entered the space again. Cui Hongshan and the other 5 were still lying casually on the ground and hadn't woken up. They were exactly the same as when they had been sent in 5 years ago. The only difference was that Little Silver, who had been berated by Little Yellow to watch over the 6 people, was now jumping from one person to another, and then from another to another. The hair on their heads had been messed up by Little Silver, and there were even some bald spots. Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this to these people? Xiaohua was both angry and amused. Little Silver was jumping happily on the 6 people. Sensing Xiaohua's mind, he immediately stopped and stood on the tip of Cui Hongshan's nose. He raised his little head and looked up at the sky with his mouse eyes. His 2 pink little paws were clasped in front of his chest, and his little tail swayed casually in front of Cui Hongshan's eyes. Little Yellow, let Little Silver go back. Xiaohua said to Little Yellow, who was already a little clear-headed. Got it, mother. Little Yellow's voice was still a little lazy. Little Silver then ran around the 6 people like a puff of smoke, and plucked a few more strands of their hair from his little paws. He then quickly ran across the ground and rushed into his own spirit field. What's so fun about this hair? Xiaohua was speechless. Mother, is this that little girl? Little Yellow suddenly asked. Xiaohua naturally knew that Little Yellow was talking about that big injured duck. It should be. Mother can't be sure. Boy knows, her aura is that little girl's. Little Yellow yawned and said in his heart, but she's seriously injured, and her life force is still a little weak. Life force? You know about life force? Xiaohua was a little astonished. In his heart, Little Yellow was just a little thing that didn't know anything. Boy can think of something as he sleeps, as if it's already in the boy's mind. This way, your child will slowly understand. Goldie himself was also puzzled. My goodness, what kind of spirit beast is this? Xiaohua was secretly surprised. However, he exhorted, this has done us a great favor. You watch her carefully. If there's any abnormality, quickly call Mother. I know, Mother. Goldie said disapprovingly. That situation was no different from a rebellious child. Have you grown up? Xiaohua also felt helpless when he heard the same helpless tone as himself. Xiaohua's mind left the space. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and took the Phoenix Dharma body back into his body. Immediately, another wave of spiritual pressure came crashing over. Xiaohua felt his body tighten. His meridians and corporeal body were filled with an extremely large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi. He had no choice but to mobilize a few more primordial spirits to refine the heaven and earth spirit qi. Thanks to the Phoenix Dharma body. As Xiaohua refined the spiritual energy, he sighed, otherwise, this young master would have already turned into a vengeful spirit 5 years ago. Thinking of the vengeful spirits, Xiaohua's ears once again produced a mournful sound. Although this sound was covered by the tide of spiritual pressure, a strange kind of fear naturally arose from Xiaohua's heart. Needless to say. Xiaohua understood in his heart, this is the unyielding spirit of those cultivators and swordsmen that Tu Hong killed. Forget it, this is also one of this young master's merits. I just don't know if the Buddha's relic can be affected by the spiritual pressure. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then carefully released the Buddha's relic. Within the spiritual pressure of the Buddha's relic, that golden light flourished, illuminating the surroundings. The vengeful spirits that had faded into the smoke seemed to have seen the beauty of heaven and earth, and swarmed forward like a swarm of bees. Seeing that the Buddha's relic was not affected by the spiritual pressure, Xiaohua inwardly nodded, then secretly laughed. Of course, the vengeful spirits are not afraid of the spiritual pressure, so the Buddha's relic is even less afraid. Immediately after, Xiaohua did not hesitate. The Buddha's relic chanted the 9 syllables of truth, and the brilliant golden, descend, characters flew out from the Buddha's mouth one by one, landing on each of the vengeful spirits. Those vengeful spirits were originally the vengeful spirits of cultivators and swordsmen, and were filled with unyielding and injustice. When the army character landed on them, a wisp of green smoke immediately flew out from their bodies, and their entire souls became clear. Those souls once again transformed into human form, bowed towards the Buddha's relic, and said, "Many thanks to the Venerable One," then immediately disappeared. And that wisp of green smoke also floated within the spiritual pressure, disappearing without a trace. However, at the same time that it disappeared, an even smaller blood-like thing that even Buddha's sense could not detect fell into Xiaohua's Buddha's heart. It turned into the Buddha's fire, and on top of the Buddha's fire, there was a small red dot that rushed into the tempering of the execution dream. Xiaohua originally wanted to do merits, but he did not expect that once he did it, he would not be able to stop, and it was delayed for dozens of days. Damn it! This Tu Hong has really committed a great sin. I'm afraid there are close to 100,000 vengeful spirits. In the end, Xiaohua himself was somewhat angry. He originally thought that it would be good if there were a few thousand, but who would have thought that it would actually increase by 10 times? Moreover, these vengeful spirits actually did not leave, and all of them stayed here, clearly harboring resentment towards Tu Hong. Sigh, if I think about it again, swordsmen are vicious. If this guy did not hold back, if he did not act so ruthlessly, the cultivators would also suffer heavy casualties. Xiaohua was the most sympathetic towards the suffering of others, and he only needed to put himself in their shoes to immediately understand the difficulties within. In the end, this is a great sword battle. Although these vengeful spirits are pitiful, there is nothing that can be done about it. Who told the sword cultivators to start this great battle? Naturally, this young master can ignore this kind of haggling. However, Tu Hong directly placed my thunder-controlling sect's first small team inside the Great Formation, making it clear that he wants the lives of the 7 of us. No matter what the other cultivators do, we will definitely lose our lives. This karma, this young master will not let it go. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. But, why did he do this? Could it be that he received instructions from someone else? It's possible. Maybe Tu Hong and that old ghost Jing Ru have some kind of friendship. In that case, this young master has implicated Cui Hongshan and the others. Xiaohua sighed. In these 5 years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, while Cui Hongshan and the other 4 had been unconscious for an entire 5 years. Xiaohua still felt a bit guilty in his heart. Let's talk about it when there's a chance in the future. Xiaohua thought to himself. Even if there's no benefit, at least we still managed to hold on to our lives, right? You can't resent this young master. Xiaohua was finding excuses for himself again. After waiting for the last vengeful spirit to finish transcending, Xiaohua was a bit bewildered. That's not right, that female swordsman's soul is still here, but the other 12, no, the other 20 swordsmen's souls are not here? Could it be that their souls have already dissipated? Or, are they inside the flying sword? Chapter 2374. Xiaohua didn't have any feelings for Ling Yunwu and the others. If it weren't for them, he was afraid that he wouldn't have such an opportunity. Since he didn't see the souls of these swordsmen, he was naturally puzzled. Well, even if they are in the flying swords, they have already turned into sword spirits. How can I be afraid of them? Thinking about it, Xiaohua put away the Buddha's saraira and waved his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand. Hit! Xiaohua tried his best to hit the staff in midair. With a loud bang, the power of the 7 stars array was loosened by the wishful steel staff. Not in the 5 elements, Xiaohua snorted coldly. This wishful steel staff is really powerful. It directly attacks the power of imprisonment. It's really something that other magic weapons can't do. Now that he had a treasure like the wishful steel staff, Xiaohua's strength had a place to be used. He raised the wishful steel staff with both hands and struck the power of the 7 stars great array, breaking it little by little. Since the 7 stars array was the secret technique of the Lingfeng sword sect, it must be incomparably powerful. If there was a swordsman presiding over it, it might not be so easy for Xiao Hua to break it. Unfortunately, there were only 12 flying swords. They were dead objects. Even if there were sword spirits in the flying swords, how could they control the array? In less than half an hour, the 7 stars array was broken by the incomparably brave Xiao Hua with the wishful steel staff. As the array was broken, the 12 flying swords wailed at the same time and were about to leave the air. You still want to leave at this time? What wishful thinking! Xiao Hua sneered and waved his big sleeve. The 12 flying swords were imprisoned by him. They obediently stopped in midair. Collect! Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and the 12 flying swords fell into the space. Then, Xiao Hua took out the sword from the sword pouch and let his primordial spirit comprehend it. His figure swayed slightly and was about to fly to the ground. However, just as he moved, the spiritual energy swarmed into his body, scaring him. Oh, so that's how it is. This spiritual energy is so powerful. The more you want to escape, the more it will enter. I'm afraid that the vast majority of cultivators and swordsmen will explode like this. Thus, Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped and released the Phoenix Dharma body to block the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He tried his best to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that entered his body. Forget it, let's just slowly move. After Xiao Hua finished refining his spiritual energy, he didn't dare to be rash and slowly moved towards the edge of the underground Great Formation. Oh, what's this? Xiao Hua had just flown for a moment when he discovered a sawtooth flying sword in front of him. "Oh, motherfucker. I've been running for my life for so long that I've turned stupid." Xiao Hua immediately realized, if those 12 sword cultivators can transform into flying swords, then the other swordsmen can naturally do the same. The flying swords transformed by the illusory swordsmen are extremely precious. Needless to say, the greedy Xiao Hua began to search again. However, there were more surprises to come. Gradually, Xiao Hua realized that not only were there sword cultivators flying swords, there were also many Dharma treasures of Tao sect cultivators that were left unscathed in the soil. Xiao Hua, who was wild with joy, was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. It was as if he was picking up treasures. He kept them all in his space. However, when he calmed down a little, Xiao Hua remembered, I can't take them all. I still have to go out from here in a while and return to Sky Patrol City. If I loot everything here, how can I explain it? After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua found the main point of his search. He didn't want ordinary Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures, and he didn't care about ordinary flying swords either. However, after another hour, Xiao Hua was in trouble. Which Dharma treasure or Dharma artifact that could avoid the attack of the spirit howl was easy to obtain? Xiao Hua picked up this one and threw that one away. Every one of them made his heart bleed. Who cares? I took it, so what? Who can make me spit it out? Xiao Hua was ruthless. Even if that old ghost Jing Ru comes now, I can easily escape, right? Thinking of this, the 2 Dharma treasures in his hands disappeared and were sent into his space. Who cares about them? In fact, it was ridiculous to say that these Dharma artifacts and Dharma treasures, Xiao Hua couldn't use most of them. However, Xiao Hua liked them and just wanted to keep them for himself. There was no other reason, it was his nature. Thinking about it, it took Xiao Hua a few days to pick up the items of 100,000 cultivators and swordsmen. Among them, he only picked up the ones that were in good condition and threw away the ones that he didn't care about. When Xiao Hua wobbled from the bottom of the great array to the top, and from the left to the right, there were so many things in this space. Xiao Hua wobbled and laughed foolishly. It was really a blessing for fools. Not only Dharma treasures and flying swords, Xiao Hua also picked up a lot of sword slips. Even like Ling Yunwu, Xiao Hua picked up 6 of the illusory swordsmen's transformed flying swords, making a total of 18 swords. What made Xiao Hua the happiest was that he didn't know which sword cultivator's storage bag it came from, but there was actually a white bone palm that matched the huge skeleton in his space. Speaking of which, it took Xiao Hua more than 10 days to walk through the entire great array and collect all the essences. Then, he slowly and leisurely headed towards the ground. When he arrived at the edge of the great array, he used his divine sense to carefully examine it, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously revealed a smile. This edge was different from before. It wasn't that kind of tyrannical and unstable restriction. Instead, it was a kind of sturdy restriction. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, and used his transcendence vision to look, and found the weak point of the restriction. Without hesitation, he took out the rabbit talisman and imbued it with his transcendence energy. When several rabbit talismans were embedded into the spirit array, the edges of the spirit array began to change. The previously stable restriction began to show signs of loosening. Once these signs of loosening appeared, it immediately became like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds. It could no longer be contained. This is bad. When Xiao Hua saw this, he immediately understood. Although the edge of the array was stable, and the place he had touched was only a small corner, it had already caused the entire array to lose its balance. The loss of balance at the edge of the array wasn't a big deal. The key was that the spiritual howl within the array was constantly washing over it. Although 5 years had already passed, the spiritual howl hadn't even subsided by 20%. Once the edge of the array lost its balance, the spiritual howl immediately increased, and rushed towards Xiao Hua's location like a swarm of bees. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent, and hastily summoned his phoenix dharma body, and with a wave of his hand, he collected several rabbit talismans. Wang, a thunderous howl resounded from within the array. The stirred-up spiritual howl came from behind Xiao Hua, and from every possible direction, slapped towards the loosened edge of the array. Xiao Hua could only summon his phoenix dharma body, and at the same time the crystal thorns in his body rapidly revolved. He also activated his mental cultivation method and secret technique, and did his utmost to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Woo boom, with merely a huge impact, the edge of the array was broken, and with a sound like a chain, the entire array completely collapsed. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force was born from within the spirit stone mine of Spring Gold. With a thunderous momentum, it slapped towards the surroundings, rushed into the air, and rushed towards the ground. Boom, as if a dozen nascent soul cultivators had joined forces to attack, Spring Gold trembled, and countless mountain rocks and dust rushed into the sky, and countless dust fragments spread in all directions. The entire heaven and earth was completely covered by the dust. That incomparably pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth also instantly filled the area within a radius of several li. Furthermore, it spread towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. In merely an instant, a deep pit of several li in size formed within Spring Gold. Wu following closely, countless hurricanes accompanied by the diffusion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth formed in the surroundings of Spring Gold. All the trees, snow, mountain rocks, and other things within 100 li were swept up into the sky, and were thrown far away. What's going on? Just as the array exploded, in the air several li away from Spring Gold, there were two groups of disciples patrolling. One group was made up of Dao sect disciples, and the other group was made up of sword cultivators. All of them were in the middle stage of foundation establishment. A Dao sect cultivator at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment suddenly felt that something was amiss. Just as he had the time to shout out, the hurricane attacked him, and a powerful force swept through his body. It was extremely barbaric, and also extremely easy to tear him into pieces. There was simply no room for resistance. The other dozen cultivators were even more miserable. Before they could even think, they were swept up by the hurricane, and just as they were blown a few feet into the air, they were immediately torn apart. The group of sword cultivators were slightly stronger than the other cultivators. Their bodies were sturdy, and the flying swords under their feet were also fast. Unfortunately, they were only able to fly for several tens of li before they were pulled down from their flying swords by a powerful and chaotic force. They were forcefully thrown into the hurricane. The most pitiful one was a level 5 swordsman. Although he tried his best to control the flying sword to fly, there was still a broken flying sword in the hurricane. The huge force blew the flying sword upside down and directly penetrated the swordsman's chest with the sword hilt. It did not stop for a moment at all and rushed into the air with a whistling sound. It flew straight into the mountain rock 1,000 feet away and only stopped after it was inserted for hundreds of feet. With such a powerful force, it was no wonder that Tu Hong was so calm. He was absolutely not afraid that someone would break the array. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to protect himself from such a huge explosion of spiritual qi, right? Unfortunately, no matter how much he calculated, he still missed out on one. That was Xiao Hua, who was breaking the array within the array. The inside of the array was completely different from the outside. Although it was only the boundary of the array, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. When the array collapsed, Xiao Hua tried his best to escape into the array, using the Phoenix Dharma body to protect his body. When he could no longer resist the force of the explosion of spiritual qi, he stopped resisting and rushed out of the array along with the hurricane produced by the spiritual qi. Moreover, Xiao Hua was breaking the array from the bottom. His figure followed the hurricane and rushed straight into the sky. Xiao Hua's figure gradually accelerated. Those magic treasures and flying swords that were enough to kill golden core cultivators were the same speed as him, and some were even in front of him. They simply did not pose any threat to him. Chapter 2375. These 7 people came from the direction of Mtichuanjin's array. Zhang Xian immediately understood and shouted, "They are the disciples of the patrol team in front of us. Quickly save them." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly took action. Using magic tools and other methods, they pulled Xiao Hua and the others out from the foothills. "Damn it, can't you be a bit more gentle?" Xiao Hua closed his eyes and cursed inwardly. He directly pulled me out with a rope. If it weren't for my thick skin, wouldn't that pull have injured my tendons and bones? I don't even know how to save people. Senior brother Zhang, these 7 people are on their last breaths. Seeing the state of the 7 people, a disciple hurriedly said, "We do have some pills in our storage pouches, but there aren't many." "That's not right, senior brother Zhang, this is the Imperial Thunder Sect's robe. These 7 people are Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples." Another clever disciple discovered, "The patrolling disciples in front of us are from Cool Breeze Valley." Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? 7 people? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up and hurriedly looked over. When he saw Xiao Hua's face, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "That's right, it's the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. This guy is Xiao Hua. I recognize these 7 people. They are the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples who fell in the Battle of Mtichuanjin. They actually didn't die. Quick, don't care about the pills. Quickly give them to them. We must preserve their lives. This is a greater contribution than magic treasures." Yes, this disciple understands. When the disciple who was stingy with the pills heard this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately took out healing pills from his storage pouch and put one into the mouths of Xiao Hua and the others. After everyone had consumed the elixir, Zhang Xian's heart was slightly at ease. He looked around and pointed to the cave that Xiao Hua had previously used. "These 7 people are seriously injured and cannot be moved for the time being. We will first place the 7 people in the cave and leave 1 person to guard it. The others will follow this poor Taoist to search inside." Yes, this disciple understands. The group of disciples then hurriedly threw the 7 people into the cave. That crude force was only slightly inferior to when Xiao Hua threw the 6 people into the stone wall. This is really karma. Xiao Hua was speechless as he enjoyed the treatment of being thrown away. Fortunately, the disciples of the Utopia faction were well-mannered. They placed the 7 people in different places, lying on their backs instead of piling them together. After making arrangements for Xiao Hua and the others, Zhang Xian once again left behind an early-stage Foundation establishment disciple, while the others once again headed towards the Golden Spring Mountain range. After another 3 to 4 days, the spiritual energy explosion at Mount Quanjin finally attracted cultivators and swordsmen. Within a radius of 10 miles around Mount Quanjin, human figures began to appear. At this moment, Zhang Xian and the rest had already arrived near the Golden Spring Mountain range. At the same time, they could also see the huge crater in the Golden Spring Mountain range. Facing such a huge crater, Zhang Xian was even more speechless. He could easily imagine the scene when the array collapsed. That unstoppable ferocity. Naturally, he thought of Xiao Hua, who was lucky enough to survive. Sigh, why is there such a big difference between people? This sentence flashed into his mind again. Zhang Xian and the other disciples of the Utopia faction searched the crater in Golden Spring Mountain for a day and found a lot of magic treasures and the remains of magic treasures. When a cultivator scanned the crater with his spiritual sense, Zhang Xian immediately left with his disciples. They had already gained enough. It was not worthwhile to have any more conflicts with others and even lose their lives. When Zhang Xian and the rest returned to the cave, the 2 people he sent to deliver the message had also returned from the teleportation device. Following closely were a few guards from the Sky Patrol City. They were also shocked that Xiao Hua and the rest were still alive. An hour after Zhang Xian's return, Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan and the rest also woke up one after another. When he saw Zhang Xian and the rest, Cui Hongshan was stunned and hurriedly said, Where is this? Is the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine still in the hands of the Taoist faction? Xiao Hua was also stunned. Looking at the somewhat familiar face of Zhang Xian, he hesitated and said, Are you, fellow cultivator Zhang from the Utopia faction? He, junior brother Xiao, of course it's me. Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Hua's almost unchanged face and said with a smile, I am Zhang Xian, who participated in the Taiqing Sex Feather Deity Conference. After not seeing each other for decades, I look old, but junior brother Xiao is still as youthful as ever. Sigh, it's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand, looked at Cui Hongshan and asked again, Senior brother Zhang, where is this? Is this the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine? What happened to me and the rest? Junior brother Xiao, Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at Cui Hongshan and the rest, who were confused, and said with a smile, This must be Captain Cui Hongshan, right? Cui Hongshan nodded and said, That's me, senior brother Zhang from the Utopia faction, nice to meet you. It's a long story about Golden Spring Mountain. I won't explain it in detail here. We'll return to the Sky Patrol City now. On the way, I'll explain it slowly. Zhang Xian thought for a while and said, Okay. Xiao Hua nodded, but Cui Hongshan frowned and said, Senior brother Zhang, what happened to Golden Spring Mountain? Why are we here? And we just recovered from our injuries? Zhang Xian laughed softly, the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine no longer exists. As for how brother Cui got injured, I don't know. However, when I saw all of you, your lives were hanging by a thread. Fortunately, although your injuries are serious, they're all on the skin and flesh. Your meridians and dantian are still intact. You'll naturally recover in these few days. Fellow Taoists, you are all lucky. Sigh, thinking about some of our friends. As he spoke, Zhang Xian's face paled. Oh. Xiao Hua understood and said softly, Senior brother Zhang, Senior brother Yang Fengsheng, it seems like, junior brother Xiao has met senior brother Yang before, right? Yes, and senior brother He Fang Yuan from Tai Ching sect, and senior brother Kush Xingxi from Kunlun sect, they're all old friends of mine. Sigh, only senior brother He Fang Yuan was lucky enough to escape from Golden Spring Mountain and has returned to Tai Ching sect now. Zhang Xian sighed, I only heard about him 5 years ago. I haven't heard about him for the past few years. 5 years ago? Senior brother Zhang, what do you mean? Zhen Minghui was baffled and asked unconsciously. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian stood up and said, Let's go. Now that Golden Spring Mountains formation has unexpectedly exploded, it attracted many cultivators and swordsmen. We should hurry back to patrol Heaven City. Golden Spring Mountains formation? What's going on? Cui Hongshan was puzzled, but immediately after, his face showed a trace of shock as he looked at Jin Minghui and said, Senior Brother Minghui, the formation that Senior Brother Zhang mentioned, is it that layer of restriction? Chapter 2376. After exiting the formation, there was no more heaven and earth spiritual qi attacking Xiao Hua's body and meridians. Xiao Hua's body relaxed, and with a long roar, he somersaulted in the air. The phoenix celestial body spread its wings and flew along the side of the hurricane. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the phoenix celestial body flew to the edge of the hurricane. With a loud and clear cry, the phoenix celestial body spread its 400 zhang wings and carried Xiao Hua out of the hurricane with ease. Outside the hurricane was naturally 1,000 zhang high in the sky, and the wind was biting cold. A thin layer of golden light naturally appeared around Xiao Hua's body, protecting his entire body. Roar outside the hurricane, the world was vast, and the boundless snow was in sight. Xiao Hua couldn't help but let out a long roar. The world was so big, and everything was under his control. Xiao Hua's heart was instantly filled with the feeling of being free and unfettered. Good boy. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua withdrew the phoenix celestial body and spread out his divine sense. When he saw that all the living things within 100 li were killed, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After thinking for a while, he understood the clues, and he felt even more lucky. Then, Xiao Hua looked at the huge pit in the Golden Spring Mountain range, and his mind spun rapidly, thinking of how to explain the reason why he and Cui Hongshan were able to survive. I'm afraid that's the only way. Xiao Hua thought for a while and came up with a plan. His body turned in a circle in midair, and with a thunderous roar, he flew towards the west. After flying for a few dozen miles, they arrived at a steep mountain range. At this time, there was no snow on the mountain range, and the forest was also destroyed. On the bare foot of the mountain, there was a small cave in front of them. Xiao Hua laughed and pointed with his hand. This is the place. Thus, Xiao Hua flew into the cave, sat down cross-legged, and took out the Buddha Sarira. After that, he pulled Cui Hongshan and the others out of the space, erasing their memories one by one, and even slightly changing some things. After waiting for half an hour, Xiao Hua proudly came out of the cave. Then, Xiao Hua flew in midair and thought for a while. He looked around, and even pinched his chin. When his brows relaxed, he grabbed Cui Hongshan from the space again, and hit him with a hand seal. Then, without hesitation, he used his strength to smash Cui Hongshan into the mountain range. Rumble, Cui Hongshan's body smashed into the mountain range, and made a huge sound. Light flashed around his body, and his body was embedded in the mountain range. He smashed more than 10 zhang. It's so refreshing. If Cui Hongshan's father, Cui Hongshan will be angry. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, and his divine sense swept past Cui Hongshan. He saw that although Cui Hongshan was already heavily injured, it was not enough to take his life. Xiao Hua's Xiao had to do it. Xiao. Xiao Hua was Zhao's Xiao of the same. Finally, Xiao Hua himself was the same. He screamed in midair and rushed into the mountain range. 7 human-shaped caves were formed at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Xian was a disciple of the Utopia faction in the early stage of the Foundation establishment stage. He was short and had an ordinary appearance. As a cultivator, appearance and figure were secondary. As long as your cultivation was high, who would dare to look down on you? Unfortunately, Zhang Xian's aptitude was just like his figure and appearance. He was too ordinary. When he was cultivating qi, he narrowly passed the Utopia faction's disciple selection and became a cultivator. Now that he had the conditions to cultivate, Zhang Xian was full of energy and wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, there were no shortcuts in cultivation. If you didn't have the aptitude, you couldn't do it. Even if you didn't sleep every day and cultivated all the time, you couldn't compare with those with good aptitude. In the Utopia faction, Li Zongbao was a typical example. Zhang Xian joined the Utopia faction with Li Zongbao. However, Li Zongbao easily reached the Foundation establishment stage and even reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. Zhang Xian was still stuck at the peak of level 12 of the Qi refining stage and couldn't reach the Foundation establishment stage for a long time. Fortunately, Zhang Xian worked hard and earned an opportunity to participate in the Feather Deity Conference. However, the result was not out of his expectations. Although he was ranked in the top 32, he was shocked again in the competition for the extraterrestrial divine object. It turned out that on the Dawn Rain continent, except for Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction, he couldn't compare with Yun Guichong of the Washed Flowers sect and Hongxia Fairy. Even Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect, who didn't enter the top 32, was far behind him. Needless to say, he retreated helplessly in the face of Yun Guichong's magic weapon. Needless to say, he was extremely surprised by Hongxia Fairy's betrayal. Needless to say, Yun Guichong and Hongxia Fairy had both reached the peak of the Qi refining stage and only wanted to reach the completion of the Qi refining stage with the help of the Soul Accumulation Talisman. He just remembered that he had seen Xiao Hua's amazing strength with his own eyes. He actually took out the Great Wisdom Sword. His heart had been trembling for more than 10 years. How could there be such a big difference between people? This thought, even after he had reached the Foundation establishment stage, it still lingered in his heart. Even when the Great War of Dao cultivators began, he, who hadn't broken through the Foundation establishment stage for a long time, was selected to join the expedition together with Yang Fengcheng. He still didn't get rid of this thought. However, 5 years ago, he suddenly woke up. Yes, there is such a big difference between people. Opportunities are always different. However, no matter what the difference is, no matter what the opportunity is, as long as one is alive, there is a chance. This was because Yang Fengcheng, who had been sent to the expedition together with him, had died in the Battle of Mount Quanjin. Not even his corpse was left behind. Thinking of Yang Fengcheng, Zhang Xian felt a little sad. Yang Fengcheng's experience was very similar to his. The two of them had even participated in the Feather Immortal conference together. This time, the two of them were together in the expedition. However, Yang Fengcheng was more mature than Zhang Xian. He didn't complain as much as Zhang Xian. He just cultivated diligently. After hearing the news of Yang Fengcheng's death, the first thing Zhang Xian did was to apply for a mission from the deacon. He was to bring his team of 9 disciples to patrol Mount Quanjin, hoping to find Yang Fengcheng's corpse. Of course, patrolling Mount Quanjin wasn't an easy task. Every sect had a chance, and even every team had a chance. However, Zhang Xian knew that other than himself who sincerely wanted to find Yang Fengcheng's corpse, most of the other teams were here for the magic treasures in the array. Today was the day that the Utopia faction would replace the Cool Breeze Valley team. Zhang Xian brought his team and set off a few days earlier. Just when they were a few hundred miles away from Mount Quanjin, they encountered the rupture of the array. There was an earth-shattering sound, and there was a strange phenomenon of a hurricane soaring into the sky. Even from a few hundred miles away, there was a pressure of spiritual energy fluctuations. Zhang Xian's first reaction was that there was a problem with the array of Mount Quanjin. He sent 2 of his disciples back to report the news, while he urged the rest of his disciples to follow him and rush towards Mount Quanjin. When Zhang Xian arrived within a few hundred miles of Mount Quanjin, the impact of the explosion of heaven and earth spiritual qi had already passed. Looking at the unimaginable mess on the ground, Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. The stubbornness in his heart was instantly destroyed. There was nothing to say. Even if Yang Fengcheng was alive, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the array, not to mention his corpse. Senior Zhang. Look, there's a magic treasure over there. A Foundation establishment stage disciple didn't think as much as Zhang Xian. He used his spiritual will to scan the area and found a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy. He shouted happily. Oh. Indeed. Zhang Xian used his spiritual will to scan the area and understood that the magic treasure in the array was blown here by the explosion of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Hurry. Zhang Xian said anxiously, the array is damaged. I'm afraid there won't be any cultivators or swordsmen within a few hundred miles. We are the first batch to arrive here. These magic treasures are what we want to find. It's also our great contribution. Yes, this disciple understands. The others were overjoyed. Without waiting for Zhang Xian's urging, they hurriedly used their flying techniques and released their spiritual will. They searched the ground inch by inch and began their treasure hunting journey. The magic treasures and flying swords of tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen were definitely a terrifying number. Although Xiao Hua took a lot, there were still a lot left in the array. However, although there were many things, if the array exploded, the items would be like fried beans. They would scatter everywhere and scatter in the space of a few hundred miles. It really wasn't easy to find them. Zhang Xian and the others searched for more than half a day and only found a dozen magic treasures and flying swords. Of course, they couldn't be compared to Xiao Hua. They were already beaming with joy when they saw so many things. As for Zhang Xian, after searching for more than half a day, he only saw magic treasures deeply embedded in the mountain walls. He didn't see any bones or the like. He already knew that it was impossible to find Yang Fangqing's corpse. His thoughts were also extinguished. Senior Yang. It's not that this little brother didn't try his best, but this is really too difficult. I'm afraid that senior brother's corpse has already turned into ashes and scattered between heaven and earth. Even if this little brother saw it, he would be powerless to do anything. Zhang Xian and the other disciples gradually pushed forward, but he still secretly muttered in his heart, of course, if senior brother really has a spirit in the netherworld, tell this little brother where the bones are buried and this little brother will definitely. While Zhang Xian was thinking, his eyes swept across the foothills. On the foothills, there were traces of 7 human figures. Ah! Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that senior brother Yang's spirit is manifesting? Immediately, he swept the area with his spiritual will and shouted, disciples, quickly, there are people in the foothills. Yes. These people still have a chance to live. The disciples heard Zhang Xian's call and all gathered around. They swept the area with their spiritual will and saw the situation of Xiao Hua and the others clearly. How did they get embedded in the stone walls? Xiao Hua and the others' Taoist robes were all damaged and their faces were covered. Zhang Xian couldn't see clearly, but he could vaguely see that the 7 people weren't wearing the Taoist robes of the Utopia faction. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. As he spoke, he followed the traces of the 7 people in the stone walls and looked in the direction of Jinquan Mountain. Chapter 2377. These 7 people came from the direction of Mtachuanjin's array. Zhang Xian immediately understood and shouted, they are the disciples of the patrol team in front of us. Quickly save them. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly took action. Using magic tools and other methods, they pulled Xiao Hua and the others out from the foothills. Damn it, can't they be a little more gentle? Xiao Hua closed his eyes and cursed inwardly, he directly pulled me out with a rope. If it weren't for my thick skin, I would have been injured by this pull. I don't even know how to save people. Senior brother Zhang, these 7 people are on their last breaths. Seeing the state of the 7 people, a disciple hurriedly said, we have some pills in our storage pouches, but there aren't many. That's not right, senior brother Zhang. This is Imperial Thunder Sect's robe. These 7 people are Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Another quick-witted disciple discovered, the patrolling disciples in front of us are from Cool Breeze Valley. Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples? 7 people? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly looked over. When he saw Xiao Hua's face, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. That's right, it's Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. This guy is Xiao Hua. I recognize these 7 people. They are the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples who fell in the Battle of Emtiquanjin. They actually didn't die. Quick, don't care about the pills. Quickly give them to them. We must preserve their lives. This is a greater contribution than magic treasures. Yes, this disciple understands. When the disciple who was stingy with the pills heard this, he didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately took out healing pills from his storage pouch and put one into the mouths of Xiao Hua and the others. After everyone had taken the pills, Zhang Xian's heart was slightly relieved. He looked around and pointed to the cave that Xiao Hua had used before and said, "These 7 people are seriously injured and can't be moved for the time being. We will first put them in the cave and leave one person to guard it. The others will follow I to search inside." Yes, this disciple understands. The group of disciples then hurriedly threw the 7 people into the cave. That crude force was only slightly inferior to when Xiao Hua threw the 6 people into the stone wall. This is really karma. Xiao Hua was speechless as he enjoyed the treatment of being thrown away. Fortunately, the disciples of the Utopia faction were well-mannered. They placed the 7 people in different places, lying on their backs instead of piling them together. After making arrangements for Xiao Hua and the others, Zhang Xian once again left behind an early-stage Foundation establishment disciple, while the others once again headed towards the Golden Spring Mountain Range. After another 3 to 4 days, the spiritual energy explosion at Mount Quanjin finally attracted cultivators and swordsmen. Within a radius of 10 miles around Mount Quanjin, human figures began to appear. At this moment, Zhang Xian and the rest had already arrived near the Golden Spring Mountain Range. At the same time, they could also see the huge crater in the Golden Spring Mountain Range. Facing such a huge crater, Zhang Xian was even more speechless. He could easily imagine the scene when the array collapsed. That unstoppable ferocity. Naturally, he thought of Xiao Hua, who was lucky enough to survive. Sigh, why is there such a big difference between people? This sentence flashed into his mind again. Zhang Xian and the other disciples of the Utopia faction searched the crater in Golden Spring Mountain for a day and found a lot of magic treasures and the remains of magic treasures. When a cultivator's divine thought swept across the crater, Zhang Xian immediately left with the disciples vigilantly. They had already gained enough. It was not worthwhile to have any more conflicts with others and even lose their lives. When Zhang Xian and the rest returned to the cave, the 2 people he sent to deliver the message had also returned from the teleportation device. Following closely behind were a few guards from the Sky Patrol City. They were also shocked that Xiao Hua and the rest were still alive. An hour after Zhang Xian returned, Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan and the rest also woke up one after another. When he saw Zhang Xian and the rest, Cui Hongshan was stunned and hurriedly said, Where is this? Is the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine still in the hands of the Taoist faction? Xiao Hua was also stunned. Looking at the somewhat familiar face of Zhang Xian, he hesitated and said, "Are you, fellow cultivator Zhang from the Utopia faction?" "He, junior brother Xiao, of course it's me." Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Hua's almost unchanged face and said with a smile, "I am Zhang Xian, who participated in the Taiqing Sect's Feather Deity Conference. After not seeing each other for decades, I look old, but junior brother Xiao is still as youthful as ever." "Sigh, it's nothing." Xiao Hua waved his hand, looked at Cui Hongshan and asked again, "Senior brother Zhang, where is this? Is this the Golden Spring Mountain spiritual stone mine? What happened to me and the rest?" Junior brother Xiao. Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at Cui Hongshan and the rest, who were confused, and said with a smile, "This must be Captain Cui Hongshan, right?" Cui Hongshan nodded and said, "That's me, senior brother Zhang from the Utopia faction, nice to meet you." It's a long story about Golden Spring Mountain. I won't explain it in detail here. We'll return to the Sky Patrol City now. On the way, I'll explain it slowly. Zhang Xian thought for a while and said. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded, but Cui Hongshan frowned and said, Senior brother Zhang, what happened to Golden Spring Mountain? Why are we here? At this time, when they heard about it, they could not help but have goosebumps and feel lucky. Naturally, Zhang Xian and the rest also knew why Cui Hongshan and the rest could survive. It was because they had set up a defense in the spiritual stone mine and were responsible for attacking the swordsmen who went deep into the spiritual stone mine. When the spell was activated, they were being chased by the swordsmen and just happened to escape to the edge of the spell. That was because the spell had not been fully formed. With the help of the spiritual howl, they were embedded in the edge of the spell. It was also because of this that they escaped the attack of the spiritual howl and escaped with their lives. When the spell collapsed, they were thrown out of the spell of Golden Spring Mountain along with the spiritual howl and shot straight into the foothills of the mountain. Oh my God! The 9 people of the Utopia faction were fascinated by the story. This was simply the legendary fortune. This was something that could not be encountered even in a million years. What a coincidence! How could they have encountered it? However, they had no choice but to believe it. If they did not manage to gather all the swordsmen together, how could they, who were only in the foundation establishment stage, survive the spiritual howl? That was the fall of 30 golden core stage swordsmen. Seeing Cui Hongshan and the rest's solemn expressions, as well as their expressions of relief and fear, Xiao Hua heaved a long sigh of relief. Damn it, if even these words cannot be deceived, then I have no other way. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Oh yes, I have a small matter to ask. Cui Hongshan thought for a moment and asked softly. Please ask, my friend Cui. Zhang Xian was rather courteous. He was clear that although Cui Hongshan did not contribute in the battle at Golden Spring Mountain, these 7 people were still survivors and must be heavily rewarded. How are the other 3 people from the Imperial Thunder sect doing? Cui Hongshan looked at Zhang Xian carefully, afraid that there would be some bad news. To be continued. Chapter 2378. Oh, about that. Zhang Xian said with a smile, in the Battle of Golden Spring Mountain, there were 17 survivors from my sect. Among them were 3 female cultivators from the Imperial Thunder sect. They were also rewarded. As for what happened in these 5 years, I don't know. Thank you, fellow cultivator Zhang. Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. But then, his face showed a trace of loneliness. He looked up at the sky and said, Alas, 5 years passed in a flash. My glory is like a song. Damn it, the disciples of a cultivation family are so arrogant. Xiao Hua sneered disdainfully. It's a pity that 5 years are gone for no reason. Cui Hongshan flew with the disciples of the utmost happiness faction. He didn't use his magic power. At this moment, he sighed in his heart and endured the pain. However, as soon as he started to use the heart technique, he was stunned. Seeing the astonishment on Cui Hongshan's face as he stopped his cocky fart, Xiao Hua was still bewildered. Without waiting for him to carefully ponder over it, Zhenhua and Baisugu, who were behind him, cried out in alarm, Martial Uncle Xiao, Jr. Jr. is about to build his foundation. Building his foundation? Building his foundation now? Xiao Hua was also taken aback. He hurriedly swept his divine sense over. Wasn't that the case? Zhenhua and Baisugu's bodies were flashing with brilliance. Their divine senses were in a state of being released, and the pressure of the foundation establishment stage was gradually emerging. Wasn't this the state of foundation establishment? Why are you building your foundation here? Zhang Xian was shocked. Building one's foundation must attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it was a normal day, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were in the vicinity of Golden Spring Mountain, which was very sensitive. It would definitely attract the attention of cultivators and swordsmen. If it was cultivators, they would leave. But how could swordsmen let you build your foundation safely? Do you want to use the soul accumulation talisman? Xiao Hua knew it was inappropriate and hurriedly asked. Zhenhua and Bai Su Gu looked at each other. Their eyes were full of bitterness. They had cultivated bitterly for more than 10 years and finally built their foundation. If they used the soul accumulation talisman, who knew if they couldn't build their foundation? They couldn't be compared with those disciples with heavenly aptitudes. However, if they didn't use the soul accumulation talisman, they understood the danger of this place from Zhang Xian's tone. Forget it. Zhenhua smiled bitterly. I am willing to use the soul accumulation talisman. Disciple 2. Bai Su Gu also cupped his fists and said. Is that so? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out 2 accumulating spirit talismans. Are you willing to do this? We. Zhenhua and Bai Su Gu gritted their teeth and said, we are willing to use the soul accumulation talisman. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. He clapped his hands and put the accumulating spirit talisman into his bag. He laughed and said, since you don't want to use it, then don't use it. You don't have to force it. With your martial uncle Xiao overseeing this place, who can stop the 2 of you from reaching foundation establishment? Go. As Xiao Hua spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the 2 by their necks. His figure flew up and flew toward 2 mountain peaks not too far away. Xiao Hua. Zhang Xian called out from behind, let them use the accumulating spirit talisman. If they attract sword cultivators, we won't be able to keep our lives. Senior Marshal Brother Zhang, if you're scared, feel free to leave. Xiao Hua joked as he flew. I have a junior who wants to build his foundation, how can I not look after him? Whoever dares to disturb the foundation establishment of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, I'll kill whoever comes, kill whoever comes. Ha ha ha. Alas, let's go. How could Zhang Xian leave? With a wave of his hand, the disciples of the Utopia faction led Cui Hongshan and the others to chase after Xiao Hua. The disciples of the Utopia faction were a little embarrassed. They felt that Xiao Hua was too accommodating to Zhenhua and Bai Su Gu. After all, they still had 2 accumulating spirit talismans. It wouldn't be too late for them to build their foundation after flying for a few days and greeting the cultivators of the Sky Patrol City. Now that they were building their foundation here, it was definitely a big bait. If they didn't attract sword cultivators, it would be absolutely impossible. At the thought of these 2 absolutes, the disciples of the Utopia faction gritted their teeth in hatred. Instead of accompanying 2 chi refining disciples to build their foundation here and meeting sword cultivators, it would be better to go to Mount Quanjin to pick up more magic weapons and snatch more magic weapons from sword cultivators. Although Xiao Hua suppressed his flying speed, he was still faster than the others. By the time Zhang Xian and the others arrived at the mountain peak, Xiao Hua had already made arrangements for Zhenhua. He then brought Baisu Valley to another mountain peak. Junior brother Xiao, I'll accompany you to look after this disciple. How about letting the other disciples and junior brother Cui go over there to look after the other disciples? Zhang Xian saw that Xiao Hua could fly so fast after being injured, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He only knew that Xiao Hua had infinite strength. That's good. Xiao Hua looked at Zhenhua, who was only 200 feet away from him, and nodded. You and the others take. Zhang Xian was just about to instruct and Xiao Hua smiled and said, how about this, fellow cultivator Cui and the others, stay here and ask the disciples of the Utopia faction to look after them. Thank you. Okay. Zhang Xian nodded and turned to instruct, you and the others go over. Although the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect are only in the foundation establishment stage, they are also the heroes of Jin Shan Quan. You and the others have to protect them even if you have to give up your lives. Otherwise, we'll be ashamed of them who escaped from death. Senior brother, a disciple of the foundation establishment stage said unhappily, we're here to patrol Jin Shan Quan. If we were to escort the fellow cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect back to the Sky Patrol City, then it's our duty. We wouldn't dare to decline. But, he wants to build his foundation. There's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll attract sword cultivators. I can't guarantee. Humph, Zhang Xian's face turned cold and was about to scold. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Junior brothers, just go over. Let the juniors of my family have peace of mind. You don't have to care about other things." Oh. Zhang Xian was stunned. He glanced at Xiao Hua and thought that Xiao Hua was giving him a way out. He turned to scold, "Why aren't you going? Don't worry, if there are sword cultivators attacking us, how can the other cultivators not care? It's not like there's no one here. The number of cultivators is not less than the number of swordsmen." Yes. The disciples of the Utopia faction answered and turned to fly to the mountain where Zhenhua was. However, from their feeble answers, it was obvious that they were not happy. "Junior brother Xiao, please excuse us." Zhang Xian smiled apologetically. "When we return to the Sky Patrol City, I'll teach them a lesson." "Don't mention it." Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This is human nature. If they're excited and can't wait, I'll be worried." "Ha ha ha, junior brother Xiao is still so interesting. No wonder. Hongxia Fairy favors you." Zhang Xian laughed. At this time, on the two mountain peaks, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth began to gather. Zhenhua and Baisu Valley's divine thought gradually released. The pressure of the cultivators of the foundation establishment stage gradually grew stronger and gradually spread to the surroundings with the two mountain peaks as the center. Not bad." Zhang Xian saw the situation and said softly, "Junior brother Xiao, the foundation of these two juniors of yours is excellent. The power of the foundation establishment stage is very strong. They're the best among the disciples of the foundation establishment stage that I have seen." "They're the best among the best?" Xiao Hua secretly curled his lips. Compared to him, the movement of the foundation establishment stage was really not worth mentioning. However, he still smiled and nodded, with the demeanor of an elder. "Yes, these two disciples' foundation is very good. It's just that they haven't had the opportunity to build their foundation establishment stage. Therefore, when they saw the condensation of true essence, they were ecstatic and wanted to build their foundation establishment stage." "It's understandable." Zhang Xian nodded. "Back then, we fought to the death in the Feather Immortal Assembly. Wasn't it because we wanted to build our foundation establishment stage? Junior brother Xiao didn't build his foundation establishment stage, but he also obtained a treasure and even accidentally obtained a beauty's heart. I really didn't get anything. After returning to the sect for a long time, I barely built my foundation establishment stage. To tell you the truth, I had the same thoughts as these two young friends at that time. I was ecstatic and hurriedly took the foundation establishment pill without caring about anything else. What divine accumulation pill! What great perfection of qi refinement! Let them go to hell. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua also laughed. "You're lucky. I actually failed to build my foundation establishment stage for the first time, and it took me a long time to build my foundation establishment stage for the second time. Therefore, when I saw these two juniors in a hurry to build their foundation establishment stage, I empathized with them and did my best to help them build their foundation establishment stage." "Yes," Zhang Xian nodded, but he still said, "It's just that these two juniors' luck is a bit bad. This is not a good place, and there are many disciples who were building their foundation establishment stage who died in the hands of sword cultivators. It's better for us to be careful." "Yes, I understand. Actually, we should have put the two of them together." Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhenhua in the distance and the disciples of the Utopia faction sitting cross-legged next to him. If we separated them, they wouldn't affect each other, but if there were swordsmen attacking, it would be a bit difficult. "Yes, I know." Xiao Hua still didn't express his opinion. Seeing that Xiao Hua had said so, Zhang Xian didn't say anything more. He released his divine thought and carefully took precautions. Zhenhua and Baisu Gu suddenly building their foundation establishment stage made Xiao Hua very surprised. After all, they had been in a coma for the past 5 years. What made him even more puzzled was that Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing and Qiao Su also wanted to interfere. They actually sat there and started to circulate their heart sutras slowly. Damn it, can't they circulate their heart sutras? Why do they have to do it here? Isn't this snatching the spiritual qi from the Foundation Establishment Stage disciples? Xiao Hua despised Cui Hongshan, even though there were 4 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators here and the 4 of them only carefully absorbed a small amount of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Zhenhua and Baisu Gu's Foundation Establishment Stage phenomenon indeed attracted the attention of the crowd. Some cultivators rushed over happily. When they scanned with their divine thought, they found out that it was 2 juniors building their Foundation Establishment Stage. They were disappointed but also helpless. Those with good self-restraint turned around and left, those with bad self-restraint cursed a few words in the air and even spat. Of course, they wouldn't interfere with the 2's Foundation Establishment Stage. After all, they were all sword cultivators of the Dao faction. They still understood this principle. If the cultivators came, would the swordsmen be far away? Immediately, several swordsmen came together. Of course, when they saw that the 2 disciples building their Foundation Establishment Stage were guarded by several Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators, although they had malicious intentions, they also resentfully turned around and left. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to quickly find a flying sword. Chapter 2379. Unfortunately, after the time it took to finish a meal, Zhenhua and Baisu Valley's good luck came to an end. From the direction of Quanjin Mountain, there were about 23rd grade swordsmen with their swords drawn. Their faces were filled with panic as they hurriedly flew over. While flying, they kept looking behind them. When one of them saw the phenomenon of Zhenhua and Baisu Valley's foundation building, he was overjoyed and hurriedly transmitted his voice to the other swordsmen. Those 20 swordsmen excitedly flew over. Not good. When these swordsmen flew closer, Zhang Xian noticed and hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Cui, have you all adjusted your breath? There are 20 swordsmen coming over." Xiao Hua had already seen them and didn't care at all. Seeing Zhang Xian's panic, he smiled and said, "No need to delay these people's cultivation. It's rare for them to be so hardworking. Senior brother Zhang, you go over there and stay with the fellow cultivators from the Utopia faction." This. Zhang Xian was somewhat hesitant. Xiao Hua was still smiling. "Senior brother Zhang, it's better to stay with your own disciples. Otherwise, if there's any mishap, you won't be able to explain it to the assembly hall." "All right." Zhang Xian knew that Xiao Hua's words were reasonable and said in a low voice, "If junior brother Xiao feels that something is wrong, quickly bring the disciples over. With us together, we won't be afraid of them." I know." Xiao Hua nodded. After Zhang Xian flew over, Xiao Hua turned to look at the place where the swordsman flew. It was less than 3 miles away. At this time, Cui Hongshan stood up from the ground and frowned. 20 swordsmen, it's a bit tricky. You'd better cultivate diligently." Xiao Hua said sarcastically, "There's someone building foundation here, the spiritual energy here is very rich." "You." Cui Hongshan didn't expect Xiao Hua to look at him like this and was slightly angry. However, he didn't bother to explain to Xiao Hua. "Hee, junior brother Xiao." Zhen Minghui also stood up and said happily, "I'm afraid you've misunderstood Captain Cui." "What did I misunderstand?" Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't admit it. I'll let junior brother Xiao know." Zhen Minghui said in a low voice, "I just checked my meridians and heart technique. I'm not talented. Although I don't have any impression of these 5 years, but these 5 years are worth 10 years of hard cultivation." "What?" Xiao Hua was extremely surprised. He knocked out the 6 of them and threw them into the space. He didn't expect that as soon as they came out, 2 of them were about to enter the Foundation Establishment realm and 4 of them had made great progress in their cultivation. What had his space become? On the other side, Su Qing and Qiao Su stood up as well. Similarly, their faces lit up with joy. They smiled and said, "That's right, we've also checked. Our cultivation has indeed improved. We know that if we cultivate diligently for a few years, or even less than a year, we will be able to step into the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage." "You too?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at Cui Hongshan. "I don't know." Cui Hongshan replied indifferently. "Whether or not it is love." Xiaohua curled his lips. "This Xiao is too lazy to care." "What about you? Junior brother Xiao?" Su Qing blinked and asked, "Don't tell me you didn't make any progress?" "Me? Of course I do." Xiaohua also couldn't deny it. Then, he rolled his eyes and said with a profound look, "Just now, this Xiao thought about it. I thought it was just this Xiao's own situation and didn't dare to ask you. I reckon, it might be because we were inside the restriction. Although that spiritual howl couldn't attack us, but the spiritual chi of heaven and earth could also seep into the restriction of the Great Formation. Although we were unconscious, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth still entered our meridians and pushed our cultivation." That's right, that's right." Fear appeared on Zhen Minghui's face. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth could actually rush into a person's meridians and cause a swordsman's body to explode. It could definitely pass through the restriction of the formation and enter our meridians. Fortunately, there was a great formation that blocked the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, otherwise we would have already turned into ashes. Seeing that Zhen Minghui was able to lie so perfectly, Xiaohua felt proud in his heart. While everyone was talking, the 20 sword cultivators had already flown to the center of the mountain with bared fangs and brandished claws. They scanned with their divine senses and stopped again. Their faces were filled with shame and anger, knowing that they had pounced on empty air. But immediately, these sword cultivators discussed a little, and with a sinister smile on their faces, they all pounced towards Xiaohua's side. After all, the number of people on Xiaohua's side was small. "Can you still face the enemy?" Xiaohua turned his head and asked, "If you can't, then just stay here." Our meridians are only slightly torn, it's nothing. Why can't we face the enemy?" Cui Hongshan knew Xiaohua's ability, but now that his cultivation had improved greatly, his heart was jumping with joy. He didn't want Xiaohua to monopolize the limelight. "Alright, then this Xiao won't stop you." Xiaohua stretched and said, "However, this Xiao will need the time to drink a cup of tea to kill these sword cultivators. During this time, I won't have time to take care of you." "Good boy, only the time to drink a cup of tea." Su Qing secretly stuck out her tongue. "I know. We are not 3-year-old children." Cui Hongshan secretly laughed at Xiaohua's showing off. "All right." At this time, those sword cultivators were less than 100 feet away from Xiaohua and the others. 20 flying swords had already flown over. Xiaohua and the others each had a flying sword aimed at them, and the remaining 10 or so flying swords were actually aimed at Baisu Valley. Baisu Valley's divine sense was released and had long seen it clearly. He couldn't help but feel a little unstable. "I'm here, what are you afraid of?" Xiaohua had been keeping his Buddhist consciousness near Baisu Valley. Seeing the speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing into his body slow down, he knew something was wrong. With a loud shout, his figure suddenly rushed towards the sword cultivators. And as Xiaohua flew out of the mountain peak, the cloud-suppressing seal was summoned by Xiaohua. Once the cloud-suppressing seal came out of the space, it immediately became 10 feet in size. However, Xiaohua controlled the cloud-suppressing seal and didn't absorb too much spiritual energy of heaven and earth. "Attack!" Xiaohua roared and pointed his finger. The cloud-suppressing seal whistled and flew towards the 20 or so flying swords attacking. A powerful confining force gushed out from the cloud-suppressing seal. Many sword cultivators felt as if their flying swords were being grasped by a pair of big hands, forcibly trying to break free from their control. The sword cultivators were greatly alarmed. They hurriedly formed a sword art and urged their sword origin, wanting to snatch their flying swords out of this unremarkable magic weapon. But at this moment, the sword cultivators only saw a golden light flash before their eyes. Immediately after, a series of blood-curdling screams rang out. Far away on another mountain peak, Zhang Xian was abnormally anxious. When he saw that there were 20 li of sword cultivators, he already wanted to combine the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder faction to fight the enemy together. Therefore, when he flew away, he specially warned Xiao Hua. When he saw the 20 or so swordsmen rushing towards Xiao Hua, he felt lucky in his heart but didn't dare to move. He was afraid that he would fall for the sword cultivator's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Instead, he hoped that Xiao Hua would quickly bring Baisu Valley and the others over. But who knew that Xiao Hua actually had the leisure to chat with Cui Hongshan and the others over there? Chapter 2380. Just as Zhang Xian was pondering whether he should bring the disciples over to rescue them, Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal appeared. Zhang Xian had heard of this cloud-suppressing seal before and knew that it was a powerful magic treasure that Xiao Hua had obtained by chance during the Feather Immortal Assembly. However, seeing that the cloud-suppressing seal did not have much of a magic treasure's power, he thought that Xiao Hua was barely able to activate it. He was extremely anxious in his heart. Before he could call out to the other disciples, his figure flew up, wanting to rush to the rescue. But at this moment, he discovered something strange, because the dozen flying swords that were flying towards Baisu Valley had actually changed their trajectory, and were rushing towards the cloud-suppressing seal. Just as he was pondering whether the flying swords were purposely blocked by the cloud-suppressing seal, an unforgettable scene appeared. Xiao Hua slapped his hand and a half-scissor-like magic treasure fragment suddenly appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, it emitted a faint golden light. Then, the magic treasure transformed into a flood dragon and rushed towards the sword cultivators. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of a 4th-grade sword cultivator. The flood dragon slightly swung its tail and swept towards the sword cultivator's neck. The sword cultivator's neck was immediately covered by a sword radiance, as if to block it. However, in just an instant, the sword radiance was annihilated. The flood dragon's tail swept past the sword cultivator and rushed towards another 3rd-grade sword cultivator behind the sword cultivator. Zhang Xian was stunned. He actually did not see clearly whether the flood dragon killed the sword cultivator or not. The 4th-grade sword cultivator, the one whose attack was said to be comparable to the late stage of Foundation establishment, screamed miserably as he fell from the sky. Even the sword cultivator's neck did not have a scar. Only when he fell a few feet did a red line appear. Zhang Xian only had time to cry out in shock. The soaring dragon scissors flashed through the sword cultivators at an incomparably fast speed, and 4 swordsmen fell from the sky. This. Zhang Xian's figure stopped in the air, and his face showed bitterness. I knew it, this Xiao Hua is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhang Xian thought to himself, back then, sigh, why is there such a big difference between people? However, just this difference was not enough to make him unable to forget it for the rest of his life. Just as Zhang Xian saw the 4 swordsmen being killed by Xiao Hua, the other swordsmen had already sensed the power of Xiao Hua's soaring dragon scissors. Many swordsmen immediately gave up on attacking Baisu Gu and formed sword seals in their hands. The dozens of flying swords transformed into all kinds of rainbow lights that broke through the confinement of the suppressing cloud seal. They surrounded Xiao Hua from all directions and stabbed towards Xiao Hua. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't the same as before. This was the combined attack of more than 10 Foundation establishment swordsmen. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua didn't care at all? He urged the transcendence energy in his hand and the soaring dragon shears once again reaped the life of another swordsman. At the same time, the flying sword had already pierced about 3 meters into Xiao Hua's body. It seemed that the flying sword was about to pierce through his heart. When, with a buzzing sound that sounded like thousands of mosquitoes, the previously inconspicuous cloud-suppressing seal suddenly displayed its might. In an instant, it expanded to over 30 meters in size, and smashed towards the dozen or so sword cultivators at a speed that was several times faster than before. Another incomparably valiant confinement force enveloped these sword cultivators. Fall, 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 Xiaohua softly rebuked 3 times in a row. 3 streaks of bronze clouds fell from the cloud-suppressing seal, rapidly enveloping the dozen or so sword cultivators. And just as Xiaohua was chanting an incantation, his figure suddenly swayed. With lightning speed, he broke away from the attack range of the dozen or so flying swords. The flying sword closest to him practically brushed past his ear as it flew away. Fall. Xiaohua's expression didn't change in the slightest. He pointed his hand towards the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal that was always half a beat slower now smashed down like a boulder. With a boom, it simultaneously smashed into the bodies of the dozen or so sword cultivators that were already confined by the cloud-suppressing seal in midair. The sword cultivators' protective sword auras flickered extremely brightly, but they still couldn't compare to the brilliance of the cloud-suppressing seal. With just one touch, the dozen or so sword cultivators around the 4th grade were all smashed into meat paste, falling from midair. At this moment, Xiaohua seemed to be even busier than before. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so flying swords that had just flown past him fell into his hand. With a wave of his hand, he stored them into his space. Immediately after, he didn't stop to rest. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, he flew into midair and also collected the storage pouches of the dozen or so sword cultivators. Only then did he clap his hands and return once again. And at this time, the sword cultivators that were preparing to kill Cui Hongshan and the other 3 had just begun to exchange blows with Cui Hongshan and the others. Zhang Xian was really dumbstruck. His body swayed, and he nearly fell from midair. This is a sword cultivator whose strength is comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage. This is at least 20 cultivators in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. How could he kill them so easily? Zhang Xian was somewhat confused. He very naturally turned his head to look at the other disciples of the utmost happiness faction. Obviously, those disciples were also standing on the foot of the mountain, allowing the mountain wind to blow their lapels up. It was as if Xiaohua had set off a huge wave in their hearts. I remember that year, Xiaohua hadn't entered the top 32, right? It seems that year, when he entered the arena, he lost to his senior sister from the same sect. It seems that his cultivation at that time wasn't as strong as I. All kinds of thoughts came one after another, like a wild horse raising its wild hooves, trampling on Zhang Xian's head until it was muddled. 2 magic treasures. Suddenly, Zhang Xian seemed to understand something. Xiaohua actually controlled 2 magic treasures, and these 2 magic treasures were both powerful. One attracted the sword cultivator's attention, the other killed the sword cultivator. Alas, even if I have 2 magic treasures, how can I use them? Definitely. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up again. Of these 2 magic treasures, there must be something strange about one of them. Letting Zhang Xian make wild guesses, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the soaring dragon scissors disappeared into his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal made a slight rumbling sound, and flew to Cui Hongshan and the other side. Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui's magic power had indeed improved greatly. The thunder beads and other magic treasures in their hands were even more powerful than before. On the other hand, the 4 swordsmen, although they were also about the 3rd grade of the drawing sword stage, and their strength was comparable to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, seeing nearly 20 swordsmen killed by Xiaohua in one move, their hearts had long been trembling. While fighting Cui Hongshan and the others, they still stole glances at Xiaohua, fearing that this killing god would be unhappy and take out his magic treasures to take their lives. After fighting for half a cup of tea's time, seeing that he could neither win nor lose, a swordsman simply steeled his heart, merged his body with his sword, and urged his sword origin to fly in the opposite direction of Xiaohua. Cui Hongshan was precisely this cultivator's opponent. He also chased after him with all his might for more than 10 zhang, but the swordsman was so fast that he had already escaped far away. This is really a blessing from heaven. Seeing this, the other 3 swordsmen were wild with joy. They were even happier than when they picked up the flying swords of the illusory swordsman at Mount Quanjin. And, of course, they also had to let those flying swords slip through Xiao Hua's fingers. The 3 swordsmen turned around, each looking for a direction to escape with extreme speed. Zhen Minghui and the others also chased for a few zhang before stopping. After all, there was still a gap, and it was impossible for them to catch up with those swordsmen. Junior brother Xiao, your cultivation is really beyond my expectations. Zhang Xian flew over, with a smile on his face, and cupped his hands. With Xiao Hua's cultivation, he should be at least in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage, so he couldn't not be respectful. He. Where? Xiao Hua pointed at the cloud-suppressing seal and said, "This little one's magic treasure is very powerful. If senior brother Zhang had this magic treasure, it would also be possible." Immediately after, he added, "Moreover, it seems that after escaping from the great array of Mount Quanjin, this little one's cultivation has made great progress." Just now, this little one was also a little surprised. Is that so? There's such a thing? Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. This was simply dog shit luck. After being in a coma for 5 years, not only did he become the hero of the Battle of Mount Quanjin, his cultivation also increased greatly. Who wouldn't be jealous after hearing this? It's exactly so. Xiao Hua smiled and released his pressure. This pressure was already close to the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Of course. Xiao Hua immediately retracted his pressure, but Zhang Xian could clearly sense that he was about to enter the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He couldn't help but feel bitter in his mouth, and cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, junior brother Xiao." This Xiao's few senior brothers are also the same. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Congratulations, Captain Shui. Zhang Xian turned to congratulate Shui Hongshan and the others. You're lying. Shui Hongshan despised Xiao Hua in his heart. You didn't even kill the sword cultivator that escaped from this daddy's subordinates. This is clearly cutting off this daddy's face. However, he could only smile and return the greeting with a bow, saying, "I was lucky." After another hour, Jinhua and Baisu Gu's foundation establishment stage finally came to an end. Those blind sword cultivators finally didn't come looking for trouble. However, Xiao Hua was a little unhappy, and muttered to himself, "Damn it, with such a big foundation establishment stage movement, how could no one come to deliver a storage pouch? You really made this daddy worry for nothing." Seeing that Jinhua and Baisu Gu had retracted their divine wills, the pressure of the early foundation establishment stage also gradually receded. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth also gradually dissipated. At this moment, the sky also darkened. Above the horizon, the stars were shining brightly, each guarding a corner of the horizon, decorating the night sky. The twinkling starlight was like everyone's unconcealable joy. "Congratulations, junior brother Bai." Xiao Hua looked at Baisu Gu with a smile and said. Baisu Gu couldn't hide the joy on his face. He bit his lips slightly and bowed, "I dare not. In front of Uncle Xiao, I'll always be a junior. If Uncle Xiao didn't show off your invincible power just now, how could I build my foundation establishment stage? Junior thanks Marshal Uncle Xiao." There's no need. You still have to thank the senior brothers who built their foundation establishment stage. Since you've built your foundation establishment stage, you have to leave the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect and return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This battle's life and death has nothing to do with you. Xiao Hua laughed. "Next, I'll send you back to Sky Patrol City safely, and everything will be fine." "Yes, I understand. I'll remember Uncle Zhao's great kindness in my heart." Baisu Gu said respectfully, then turned to thank Shui Hongshan and the others. At this moment, Jinhua also flew over and kowtowed to thank him. The disciples of the Utopia faction stood slightly further away, their eyes filled with respect, and there was no longer the previous neglect and dissatisfaction. Chapter 2381. When Zhenhua and Baisu Gu finished thanking Xiaohua, Xiaohua took out the storage bags of more than 10 sword cultivators. He took out less than half of the items, including 10 flying swords of average quality, and handed them to Zhen Minghui and said, "These are for everyone, you can distribute them." Zhenhua and Baisu Gu should take a little more, after all, they won't have a chance in the future. Yes, I know. Zhen Minghui understood Xiaohua's meaning and divided the items into more than 10 portions. Not only did the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect get one, but also the disciples of the Utopia faction. I'm sorry. Zhang Xian was obviously surprised. After all, these items were the work of Xiaohua, who killed the sword cultivators single-handedly. It was reasonable to say that they belonged to him, so he didn't have to distribute them. Ha, senior brother Zhang, please take them. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This is the rule of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. It was set before we entered the Sky Patrol City, so I can't disobey it." This guy still cares about the rules. Cui Hongshan muttered in his heart. He didn't want to take them, but after hearing Xiaohua's words, he took out his storage bag and put the items in it. Then, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Zhang Xian looked at the several eager disciples beside him and accepted them with a smile. The disciples beside him were also delighted. They took the items and the flying swords and put them in their storage bags. Although they had a lot of magic weapons and flying swords in their storage bags, they had to be handed over. If they were discovered by the conference hall, it would be a big crime. What Xiaohua took out was less than half of the items in the storage bags. It was a lot for each disciple. How could they not be happy? Should we go back now? Or rest for the night? Zhang Xian looked at the night sky and asked Xiaohua's opinion. Xiaohua looked at Cui Hongshan, who was looking at the bright moonlight, and said with a smile, "Let's hurry back to the Sky Patrol City. The sooner we get back, the sooner I can rest assured." "Alright, that's what I'm thinking too." Zhang Xian naturally agreed. Then, the Utopia faction and the Thunder Control faction set off for the Sky Patrol City in a group of more than 10 people. After flying for several hours, they saw the city guards of the Sky Patrol City and the Taoist sect cultivators sent by the conference hall. They were naturally extremely surprised that Xiaohua and the others were still alive. However, their mission this time was to snatch the magic treasures and flying swords, so they only hurriedly saw them and continued on their way. Just like the few Sky Patrol city guards that Zhang Xian had found earlier, they were in a hurry. Seeing that dawn was about to break in the east, a wisp of light emerged from the horizon. Everyone flew to a dangerous place. The winds here were biting cold, and the foothills were steep. From time to time, a foul stench would drift into their noses from afar. Even though everyone was flying high up in the air, they still frowned. Suddenly, Xiaohua, who was flying in the middle, frowned and said urgently, "Stop." "Oh. Junior brother Xiao. Did you find something wrong?" Zhang Xian, who was standing next to him, stopped the disciples of the Utopia faction flying in front of him immediately. "Heh. Nothing, it seems like someone is here to deliver the storage bag again." Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the foothills a few miles ahead. The foothills were covered in snow and were very high, almost under everyone's feet. "There are swordsmen ambushing us." Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows and suddenly realized something. He said hurriedly, "These swordsmen have learned to be cunning and often set up ambushes on the path that we cultivators must pass through. Many cultivators have fallen into their trap. These swordsmen probably know that the cultivators of the Sky Patrol City are heading to Mount Quanjin, so they set up an ambush here. Previously, there were too many cultivators, so they didn't dare to attack. If we go over, I'm afraid we'll be attacked. How many swordsmen are there? Should we take a detour?" Zhen Minghui released his divine thought and looked around. He couldn't find anything strange, so he asked in a low voice. Heh, why should we take a detour?" Xiaohua rubbed his hands and said, "You wait here for a while, I'll be back soon." Junior brother Xiao. Zhang Xian said, according to what I know, the swordsmen who set up the ambush range from dozens to hundreds. They're all used to working together, and there are even sword formations. Junior brother is brave, but there's no need to take the risk for those storage bags. Hundreds? Heh, it's only hundreds. This guy has sent thousands of swordsmen in and out, so why would he be afraid of this? Cui Hongshan secretly curled his lips, knowing that Xiao Hua would definitely go. Sure enough, Xiao Hua smiled and said, it's okay. I'll go take a look. If it really doesn't work, it's not too late to escape. Alright, seeing that Cui Hongshan and the rest didn't stop him, Zhang Xian felt strange and said, we'll go too. If we're too far away, we won't be able to save each other in time if something happens. Good. Xiao Hua thought about it and agreed. He waved his hand and said, all of you, follow behind this Xiao. Don't go more than 10 feet. Then, Xiao Hua took the lead and flew forward unhurriedly. He even stopped as he flew, and his divine sense swept over the foothills again and again, as if he was really scouting the way. When Xiao Hua flew to the front of a foothill, he stopped and didn't fly forward anymore. Instead, he slapped his hand and took out the cloud-suppressing seal, which buzzed and protected himself. Then, he moved forward with ease. However, Xiao Hua had only flown a few feet when the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly smashed into the foothill about 1 zhang behind him. On the foothill, a thick layer of snow covered a few pine trees. Ha, you still want to play this game with me? Xiao Hua laughed and the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly enlarged to the size of several zhang. With a loud rumble, the cloud-suppressing seal smashed into the pine tree. Under the yellow light, all the illusions were destroyed. A pale white light flickered, revealing more than 10 flying swords in a disorderly fashion. Under the flying swords, there were dozens of 4th or 5th grade swordsmen. The pitiful dozen or so sword xiao who wanted to wait for Zhang Xian, Cui Hongshan and the others to fall into the ambush before attacking, now had a pale golden color on their faces. They were all lying crookedly on the foot of the mountain. Their gazes were fixed on Cui Hongshan and the others. They had already let go of Xiao Hua, who was carefully exploring the path. But they didn't expect that Xiao Hua would actually turn around and throw out that inconspicuous magic weapon. That inconspicuous magic weapon was just as unexpected as Xiao Hua's. It was unimaginably heavy, and that mountain-like attack instantly destroyed the formation they had covered up with great difficulty. Not only that, their flying swords suffered a heavy blow, and their primordial spirits were also shaken. Hit! Xiao Hua laughed loudly and no longer moved forward. He pointed his finger without any trace of politeness. The cloud-suppressing seal rose up slightly and then suddenly pressed down. The group of swordsmen became anxious and tried their best to circulate their sword energy. While their bodies flew in all directions, their flying swords rushed towards the cloud-suppressing seal, trying to stop it from pressing down. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had been forced to cultivate bitterly for 5 years and had already reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. That kind of magical power was simply unimaginable to them. How could they block it with their flying swords? That was simply a fool's dream. Chapter 2382. Crack, crack, crack. When the 2 flying swords collided with the cloud-suppressing seal, the tips of the swords immediately broke. The broken swords fell to the ground, and the masters of the flying swords also spat out a mouthful of blood. Their rapidly flying figures fell, dispirited on the foothills. When the rest of the swordsmen saw this, they couldn't help but be even more shocked. They hurriedly turned their flying swords around. How could they still dare to come into contact with Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal? Still want to leave? Xiao Hua sneered. He pointed his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal let out a buzzing sound again. A cloud fell from above, covering the dozen or so swordsmen who wanted to escape. Go! Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, looking at the foothills not far away. The cloud-suppressing seal fell again. He didn't believe that if he smashed these swordsmen to death, their fellow apprentices wouldn't come to rescue them. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal slowly smashed on top of the cloud, the mountain rocks not far away shook. Suddenly, 20 or so swordsmen appeared. Their faces were alarmed, and each of them urged their flying swords. Those flying swords formed a slightly larger sword formation and rushed towards Xiao Hua. Haha! Xiao Hua saw another 20 or so flying swords, and he beamed with joy. Just as he was about to release the soaring dragon shears, a swift and fierce sword chi suddenly rushed out from 3 feet below Xiao Hua's body, directly stabbing towards Xiao Hua's leg. Ah! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. His divine sense very naturally swept over, but the sword chi's origin was empty. There was nothing wrong with it. What's going on? Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly urged his body, relying on his superb flying technique to dodge. Go! Xiao Hua sensed that the sword chi had disappeared. His eyes turned slightly, and he pointed with his finger. He didn't care about the sealed sword technique, and the cloud-suppressing seal swayed again, meeting the simple sword formation that was hastily formed. Rumble. There was another loud sound. The sword formation formed by 20 or so flying swords finally collided with the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal was actually somewhat crooked, and was pushed to the side. Xiao Hua's body also slightly swayed. Suddenly, the swift and fierce sword chi from just now appeared again, and it was again within 2 feet. And at this time, the sword chi had already approached Xiao Hua's neck. Formless sword. At this point, seeing that there was still no change in his divine sense, Xiao Hua came to a realization no matter how stupid he was. However, Xiao Hua wasn't shocked but delighted instead. He waved his hand and was about to execute the heaven and earth sleeve technique to envelop the sword chi. However, just as he turned around, his eyes turned again. His body moved swiftly and flew up slightly, approaching the cloud-suppressing seal. At this time, more than a dozen swordsmen appeared from other places and flew towards Cui Hongshan and the others. The 20 or so swordsmen who were blocking Xiao Hua once again urged their sword energy to organize the chaotic flying swords and attack Xiao Hua. That invisible sword once again disappeared from the sky. Xiao Hua swept out with his Buddhist consciousness, but he still couldn't find any clues. Very good. Xiao Hua secretly rejoiced in his heart. Then, he stealthily opened his left hand. Within his Dharma eye, a faint blue brilliance appeared so unique among the numerous dim sword lights. At this moment, the light blue brilliance once again landed below Xiao Hua. Ayaya! Xiao Hua's face revealed panic. While urging the cloud-suppressing seal to block the attacks of the 20 swordsmen, he dodged the invisible sword below him. The invisible sword was indeed strange. Seeing that Xiao Hua was in a very difficult situation, it immediately gave up its previous sneak attack and actually began to aimlessly attack Xiao Hua's surroundings. If Xiao Hua wasn't able to see it with his Dharma eye, he would really be somewhat exhausted to deal with it. Good, now is the time. Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal was once again hit by the flying swords of a group of sword cultivators. His figure was forced to fall. The invisible sword once again stabbed towards him, but the sword chi still hadn't appeared and was still 4 feet away. Don't hurt my Taoist disciple, I'm coming. Right at this moment, a voice that Xiao Hua was very familiar with resounded, and then a golden light that shot into the sky flew over from afar like a golden dragon. Although that golden light hadn't yet come close, that fierce baleful aura and the sound of wind tearing through the void could be heard. Ah! Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept and was immediately overjoyed. After the golden light, wasn't it precisely the snow-haired Li Zongbao? Oh! Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao released the immortal piercing whip and naturally also swept out with his divine sense. Seeing that Xiao Hua's face hadn't changed in the slightest, he was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that a Foundation establishment cultivator who relied on a magic treasure to resist 20 drawing swordsmen would actually be the first-level qi refining cultivator he saw before. Xiao Hua's slight distraction allowed the invisible sword to come within a foot of him. The sword qi flashed and was about to pierce Xiao Hua's heart. Li Zongbao also turned pale with fright. He also didn't discover the invisible sword. However, he was really far away. Even if he reminded or used the immortal piercing whip to save him, he couldn't do it. Just as Li Zongbao was regretting in his heart, he saw Xiao Hua calmly raise his left hand slightly. At the same time, a golden light not inferior to the immortal piercing whip flashed out from Xiao Hua's right hand. That golden light flashed away, and a bamboo leaf-like jade sword appeared. It fell between Xiao Hua's left thumb and index finger. Immediately after, a sound of astonishment rang out. Not even 2 feet in front of Xiao Hua, a petite swordswoman with a drawn sword appeared. Her dainty face was filled with absolute disbelief as she looked at Xiao Hua, and her eyes were filled with pain. Because a jade-like soft hand and a lotus root-like arm were currently holding the bamboo leaf-like jade sword, and blood had just seeped out of her arm. Ouch! Seeing the female cultivator appear, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. He brushed his hand and a Wuxia pill appeared in his hand. With a flick of his hand, the Wuxia pill was easily sent into the swordsman's mouth. When he did this as smoothly as moving clouds and flowing water, he himself was a bit astonished. Granny, when did this young master have such tender feelings for the fairer sex? Forget it. Who told this young master to be a man? Xiao Hua couldn't help but secretly find an excuse for his actions. Once the Wuxia pill entered the female swordsman's mouth, it immediately turned into a liquid that flowed down the woman's throat. The woman's almond eyes turned vertical, shocked and angry. She clearly resented Xiao Hua for using poison again. Just as she was about to circulate her energy to force the medicinal liquid out, she saw Xiao Hua send the invisible sword in front of her eyes again. He said indifferently, still not taking it. This. The woman was slightly stunned. The medicinal liquid of the Wuxia pill had already entered her stomach. Although the woman didn't know what kind of pill Xiao Hua gave her, she could still distinguish the medicinal fragrance of the Wuxia pill. It was clearly a kind of healing pill. Seeing the invisible sword being sent back, the woman naturally raised her hand and used her uninjured left hand to receive it. Her mind didn't have any thoughts at all. Just as Xiao Hua was showing tender feelings for the fairer sex, Li Zongbao's piercing immortal whip had already landed near the 20-sword swordsman. The whip's shadow flickered and turned into 20 rays of light that hit the swordsman's body. Puff puff, a series of light sounds could be heard. Many swordsmen's body flashed with sword rays, and their figures were all crooked and couldn't stand steadily in midair. After all, Li Zongbao was far from being a sword cultivator, and he had split into 20 whip shadows to attack the 20-sword swordsman at the same time. Moreover, he didn't have the piercing immortal whip in his hand, so the might of this magic weapon couldn't be fully displayed. Instead, it was blocked by the swordsman's attack. Go, seeing that Xiao Hua alone was enough to make everyone drink a pot of water, and even the woman's own arm had been chopped off, and this was another white-haired cultivator she had heard of before, the woman shouted without hesitation. She was the first to circulate her sword origin, and her figure disappeared in midair. Want to go? Ha ha ha. Then you have to leave behind your flying swords. Xiao Hua very naturally returned the invisible sword to the woman and immediately regretted it. Hearing the woman's shout to retreat, he immediately laughed and circulated the cloud-suppressing seal. Those 20 flying swords were firmly suppressed by him, and those swordsmen simply couldn't move. Want to go? Quickly hand over your life. At this time, Li Zongbao had already flown over. He had already seen Xiao Hua's action of returning the swords, but his face was cold, without any expression. At the same time, the piercing immortal whip flew back to his hand, and he was about to attack with magic power. Li Zongbao's reputation among sword cultivators was even greater than Xiao Hua's. Moreover, he was widely known by the swordsmen. Seeing this situation, they couldn't help but panic. How could they dare to stay any longer? They anxiously fled into the distance like stray dogs. So much so that, in the foothills 100 zhang away, several groups of swordsmen appeared and fled without fighting. Seeing the swordsmen fleeing, Li Zongbao's gaze swept over, and precisely saw the 10 people imprisoned by Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal. With a cold snort, he swung the piercing immortal whip. With a rumbling sound of wind and thunder, that wave-like whip shadow rolled over, and mercilessly smashed down. Even Xiao Hua somewhat couldn't bear to see the 10 swordsmen being smashed into meat paste. Soft-hearted. Li Zongbao put away the piercing immortal whip and coldly said, that woman used the famous invisible sword, named Guyu. Who knows how many Dao sect disciples have died in her hands? You, on the other hand, not only did you not take her life, you actually returned the invisible sword to her. This seems to be different from your hobby. As he spoke, Li Zongbao glanced at the 20 flying swords under the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiao Hua's face slightly reddened. Just now, it was purely a natural reaction, without any thought. However, since he had already returned it, how could he have the nerve to take it back? He could only vent his anger on the 20 sword cultivators' flying swords. Junior, is somewhat soft-hearted. Xiao Hua didn't hide it and said in a low voice. In his eyes, this Li Zongbao was a senior, and he didn't care how Li Zongbao looked at him. Junior? Your cultivation is almost at the middle stage of foundation establishment, you can just call me senior brother. Li Zongbao coldly said, moreover, this magic treasure of yours is also not bad. Just now, I thought I had encountered some outstanding talent. Xiao Hua embarrassedly laughed again and put away the cloud-suppressing seal. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior brotherly, you should take a look. Isn't this the junk I obtained at the Taiching Sex Feather Immortal Assembly? How can it compare to senior brother's magic treasure? TSK, Li Zongbao curled his lips. If it was someone else, he definitely wouldn't say anything, but Xiao Hua was different from others. This magic treasure has been repaired quite a bit, and its power is close to that of my immortal whip. Just now, what was the magic treasure you used to cut that woman in half? This poor Daoist actually didn't see it clearly. Chapter 2383. Alas, Xiao Hua took out the Tingjiao scissors with a bitter face and said, I only have some junk here. How can it be compared to Brother Li's fairy-piercing whip? Seeing that there was only half a Tingjiao scissors, Li Zongbao smiled and said, it doesn't matter if it's complete or not, as long as it can be used. You cut off the arm of Guyu, the shapeless sword. If word got out, everyone would be envious. TSK, this is nothing. Xiao Hua put away his magic weapon. At this time, Zhang Xian and the other disciples of the Utopia faction came over and bowed, greetings, Brother Li. Li Zongbao's face was cold and his attitude was different from Xiao Hua's. He asked, why are you here? Zhang Xian was not surprised and quickly reported the cause of the matter. Oh. You actually escaped from the Battle of Jinquan Mountain? Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Hua. It seems like that's the case. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose, looking somewhat baffled. Seeing Li Zongbao's surprise, Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Almost all the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City knew that the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect had fallen because only 7 people from the Imperial Thunder Sect died. And Li Zongbao did not know about this. It seemed that Li Zongbao did not care about the situation of the battle. After Zhang Xian finished his report, Cui Hongshan and the others also came over. Zhen Minghui collected the storage pouches of the 20 or so swordsmen, as well as the 10 or so flying swords that Xiao Hua had knocked down, and handed them over to Xiao Hua. No, this is Brother Li's. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and asked Zhen Minghui to give the storage bag to Li Zongbao. I don't want it. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, these things are useless to me. Then he looked at Xiao Hua and said, "If you like it, take it yourself." He, great. Xiao Hua took the storage bag and said happily, "Thank you, Brother Li. Don't mention it, it was originally yours." Li Zongbao said lightly. Immediately, Cui Hongshan and the others came to meet him. They saw that Li Zongbao was powerful and knew that he was a famous disciple of the Utopia faction. After listening to Zhang Xian's introduction, they admired him even more. Li Zongbao's reputation was extremely famous in the Three Kingdoms. Even Cui Hongshan had regarded Li Zongbao as his goal. Or rather, he was Tu Hong's idol before he met him. At the side, Zhang Xian also introduced proudly, "My senior brother Li's magic power is now boundless. People call him the number one person below the Aurus core stage." However, these were words that he was used to saying. At this moment, he stopped halfway and naturally looked at Xiao Hua. Even Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, and the others had some thoughts. Li Zongbao was keenly aware of this. He glanced at Xiao Hua and said faintly, "Zhang Xian, that's other people's false praise. How can you take it seriously? Didn't you see junior brother Xiao? You can deal with 20 bright swordsmen with ease. You're much more powerful than me. Tisk senior brotherly, don't flatter me." Xiao Hua retorted bluntly, "That's because little brother's Dharma treasure is powerful. Little brother, I don't believe that if you wave your immortal piercing whip, they will still have a physiological reaction." Li Zongbao did not refute. He knew that if he was any closer, the lives of those bright swordsmen might not have been saved. In the 5 or 6 years since the beginning of the war, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Although he had not reached the peak, he was worthy of being called the number one person below the Aurus core stage. Just like before, Xiao Hua kept most of the things for himself and distributed a small portion to everyone. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua with interest and asked faintly, "Xiao Hua, are you going back to Sky Patrol City now?" "Yes, where else can we go if not back to Sky Patrol City?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and kept the storage bag and other things. Once we return to Sky Patrol City, the flying sword and storage bag will not come back." Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you interested in going with me?" "Oh. Where to?" Xiao Hua blinked and asked. "I don't know where to go." Li Zongbao said, "However, I'm going to kill Qin Jian. Are you interested?" "Who is Qin Jian?" Xiao Hua was puzzled, but then he suddenly realized that he should have heard of him in the tea house in Sky Patrol City. He smiled and said, "Is he the illusory swordsman?" "Yes, you must have heard of him." Li Zongbao nodded and pointed at Xiao Hua. "I'm not his opponent. If I can get junior brother Zhao's help, I'll be able to make a contribution." "Good," Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "I'm willing to follow you." But then, Xiao Hua scratched his head and said, "Senior brother Li, I'm a disciple of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to follow you, is it?" As long as you're willing, you can follow me now." Li Zongbao clapped his hands and took out a token with the appearance of a mountain peak. "What's this?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Li Zongbao said proudly, "This is the special token of the meeting hall of the True Path Sect's Yanxi Mansion. I have the right to order all True Path Sect disciples below the Aurus core stage to obey my orders." "Wow, so powerful." Xiao Hua could not help but be envious. Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao's face tightened and he raised the token. "I want you to follow me now. Do you understand?" Disciple Xiao Hua understands. Xiao Hua did not dare to neglect and bowed. Then, Li Zongbao looked at Cui Hongshan and said, "Fellow Daoist Cui, please take out the token of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect." "Yes." Cui Hongshan's heart was bitter and he obediently took out the token. "And yours?" Li Zongbao turned to look at Xiao Hua. "Oh no." Xiao Hua also woke up at this time. If he followed Li Zongbao, what would Cui Hongshan and the others do? Although they were about to reach the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, they were still ants in a war. That. Senior Brotherly, can I not go? Xiao Hua said embarrassedly. Li Zongbao coldly glared at him and said, the meeting hall's token is a command to cultivators. No one dares to disobey. If you don't go, just wait for the meeting hall to kill you. But I'm a little reluctant to part with the Imperial Thunder Sect brothers. Xiao Hua did not dare to say it out loud and explain tactfully. Li Zongbao said coldly, they are the survivors of Quanjin Mountain. They have already been rewarded. Other than me, who else doesn't know? My Dao sect's 11 survivors of Quanjin Mountain have all returned to their respective sections. I'm afraid the 6 of them will not stay in Sky Patrol City for long. There's no need to talk about these 2 disciples who have just reached the Foundation establishment realm. Once they return to Sky Patrol City, they will be sent back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. All right then, I'm willing to follow Brotherly. Chapter 2384. But immediately after, Xiao Hua faintly felt that something was wrong. After Li Zongbao placed the command medallion on top of the 2 command medallions and a bright light flashed, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and said, that's not right, Senior Brotherly. I'm the same as Senior Brother Zhen and the rest. We're both heroes. I can also return to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Senior Brotherly, you can't lie to me like this, right? Hee hee. Li Zongbao smiled and returned the tokens to Cui Hongshan and Xiao Hua. It's too late now. You've been conscripted by me. Senior Brotherly. Xiao Hua frowned. He still wanted to dawdle. Fellow Cui and the rest returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Naturally, you're the only one in the first team. Your contributions belong to the first team. You don't want to win glory for the sect? Li Zongbao asked. This. Thinking of his prideful master, Xiao Hua hesitated. If he had outstanding contributions, he would be extremely happy. Besides, there are still many flying swords for sword cultivators. Now that there are drawing sword swordsmen and you and I have killed Qin Jian, won't we have illusory swordsmen's flying swords? Don't you want their storage pouches? Li Zongbao continued to ask. This. Thinking of the dozens of illusory swordsmen's flying swords in his space, Xiao Hua lost interest. Cough cough, Li Zongbao continued, the sword Dao war is intense now. Other than some disciples who haven't improved for a long time, there are many disciples with potential who are about to enter the battlefield. According to what I know, Yun Guichong and Hongxia Fairy from the Washing Flowers sect will be here soon. These words instantly lit up Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua said without any hesitation, let's see what Senior Brotherly is talking about. It is my duty as a cultivator to contribute to my Dao sect. Even without the reasons that Senior Brotherly has mentioned, would still follow Senior Brotherly. Isn't it Qin Jian's head? I'll chop it off and use it as a urinal for you. It's good that you know. Li Zongbao looked at the sky and said, I've received news that there will be an ambush in the Gale Snow Plains. I'm afraid it's Qin Jian's doing. Let's go now. Senior Brotherly, we still have to wait for a while. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. I think it's better to escort them back to the Sky Patrol City. They're disciples on duty, you're still escorting them? Li Zongbao was a little bit unhappy. Hee hee. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes at Li Zongbao but didn't explain. All right. Li Zongbao was also helpless. He knew clearly that Xiao Hua did not want the disciples of the thunder-controlling sect to be in danger. Secondly, he was impressed by the power of Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal. Together with his immortal piercing whip, he might be able to kill Qin Jian. Therefore, he had to give in. Fortunately, they were not too far away from the teleportation device in the Sky Patrol City. After a day and a night, Li Zongbao found the teleportation device that was very secretive and only used by a few people. The Golden Core cultivator in charge of the teleportation device did not expect that Cui Hongshan and Zhang Xian, who were not even at the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, would find this place. When he saw Li Zongbao leaving, he opened the teleportation device and sent the disciples of the thunder-controlling sect and the Utopia faction back to the Sky Patrol City in batches. Damn it, having a reputation is really useful. Xiao Hua was a little envious. Not only can we use the secretive teleportation device, but we can also recruit other disciples at will. Even Cui Hongshan has to admire us. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Brotherly, isn't it a little tiring for us to fly like this? I have a flying device here, why don't we use it?" "You have a flying device?" Li Zongbao regained his indifference. "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" "Ha, ha," Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a small flying boat. He said with a smile, "This belongs to the Qiqiao sect. I was afraid that they would ask for it." "Well, there's no harm in using it in the future," Li Zongbao said as he stepped on it. "Just say it's a gift from me." "Damn it. This. Why is there such a big gap between people?" Xiao Hua and Zhang Xian were puzzled. After boarding the flying boat, Xiao Hua naturally controlled it. Li Zongbao sat cross-legged and had already entered a meditative state. Xiao Hua was originally prepared to wait for Li Zongbao to ask about his experiences these past few years and why his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Seeing that Li Zongbao didn't ask, he felt relieved. He controlled the flying boat while checking his cultivation for the past 5 years. Xiao Hua's current constitution was of the earth attribute. The cultivation method he cultivated was also an ordinary cultivation method from the spirit husbandry sect. When he asked for the cultivation method from Zhang Qingxiao at Yellow Flower Ridge, he wanted to see if there was a chance to change his cultivation method. However, he didn't expect that in a short 10 years, he would be forced to cultivate this cultivation method to the end. Now, he was already at the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. In a few years, as long as he cultivated normally, he should be able to condense his core according to the situation when he was refining his qi. However, when he thought about the strange state of his foundation establishment realm, Xiao Hua frowned. He really didn't know what kind of test he would face when he condensed his core. If there was a lightning tribulation, Xiao Hua didn't dare to think about it anymore. His body trembled slightly. Maybe I should make some preparations for condensing my core, Xiao Hua thought to himself. However, he immediately scratched his ears and cheeks. He didn't have any reference for condensing his core. Even if he was helpless, at this moment, he was probably preparing to condense his core, right? Martial Uncle Zhen Qing is the best. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the jade slip that Zhen Qing gave him. Not only did he obtain some understanding of the foundation establishment realm from the jade slip, but he also obtained a strange object in the ink-black forest and refined it into the current wishful staff. Now, he had to rely on Zhen Qing's jade slip to comprehend the core. Zhen Qing really owed him a big favor. Alas, it's a pity that I returned to the Imperial Thunder sect in a hurry and didn't visit Martial Uncle Zhen Qing. I don't know if Martial Uncle Zhen Qing and Chen Yi know each other. Xiao Hua thought of Chen Yi and felt a little embarrassed. If Chen Yi and Martial Uncle Zhen Qing are friends, I'm afraid I can't make a move. Forget it, if that's the case, why can't I let her go? There's also Rock Border Sect's Chang Yifeng's Kunlun mirror. That thing looks a little familiar. If I have the chance, I must get it and take a look. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua separated his primordial spirit to look at the mysterious dark clouds. The strange fragrance in the sky was still there, and Xiao Hua's primordial spirit had grown a lot. It was still dancing happily with the fluctuations, as if it didn't know fatigue. However, at this time, there was a trace of mystery in the dance. When it danced, the whole primordial spirit also trembled, as if it was about to become one with the fluctuations. Of course, more than half of the black silk wood was gone, and the place where Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was located was a lot taller. It was almost 30% of the whole sky. If I look at this progress, a piece of black silk wood can actually cultivate 60% of the soul cultivation method in the sky. This thing is really precious. If this young master wants to master this soul cultivation method, then I'll have to make a piece of it. Xiao Hua thought to himself, and then retreated from the heaven ring of qi. In addition to the soul cultivation method, the Phoenix Dharma body's progress was extremely fast. Since Li Zongbao was here, Xiao Hua wouldn't easily release the Dharma body. As for the dragon transformation art, it was really like an old ox pulling a broken cart. After cultivating for so long, there wasn't any special progress. However, if it wasn't for the dragon transformation art, Xiao Hua's meridians would have been broken by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth at the beginning of his cultivation and died. Therefore, Xiao Hua only casually looked, and still let the primordial spirit cultivate endlessly, without slacking off. This time, Xiao Hua's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but it was different from last time. There wasn't too much spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his meridians that hadn't been refined. He only needed to refine it when he was cultivating, and it wouldn't cause any special impact to his cultivation. After Xiao Hua checked all of this, he closed his eyes and digested the information from the primordial spirit that comprehended the sword slip. Since the sword pouch that Ling Yunwu was looking for was together with the black silk wood, it was obviously not an ordinary item. The most basic use of the sword pouch was to store flying swords. It was precisely because of this that the sword pouch needed to be made with special techniques and materials to be able to withstand the sword hums of the flying swords without breaking. Ling Yunwu wanted to use the sword pouch to catch the spirit-swallowing bugs. However, in addition to this, the sword pouch had an even more important use, and that was to set up a sword formation. Regarding the sword formation, Xiao Hua was deeply engraved in his heart. It was because of that damn 7 stars sword formation that he was left in the great formation of Golden Spring Mountain. He was forced to cultivate bitterly for 5 years, and even the Phoenix celestial body benefited from it. In Xiao Hua's understanding, the sword formation was either a cooperation between several people or set up by himself. Of course, if he set up the sword formation by himself, then the requirements of his divine sense and primordial spirit were extremely high. Even Xiao Hua himself couldn't easily use it now. However, this sword pouch made up for this shortcoming. According to what was recorded in the sword scroll and Xiao Hua's understanding, a swordsman only needed to refine the sword pouch, and then put the flying swords of the same quality into the sword pouch according to the arrangement of the sword formation. When facing the enemy, he only needed to open the sword pouch, and the flying swords would be arranged according to the arrangement of the sword formation. A swordsman controlling the sword formation through the sword pouch was much easier than directly using divine sense and primordial spirit to control the sword formation. Great! Xiao Hua was overjoyed. If Li Zongbao wasn't present, he would definitely do a somersault on this flowing cloud-flying ship. His sword playing the world was to use 10,000 flying swords to conquer the world. Unfortunately, he could only split out 64 flying swords, and even after using his primordial spirit to control the flying swords, he still had some reservations and wasn't used to splitting out flying swords. Therefore, there was no need to mention the sword formation. Now, with this sword pouch and the flying swords transformed by Ling Yunwu and the other illusory swordsmen, wouldn't they be able to form the sword formation? Thinking, Xiao Hua immediately took out the sword scroll and other items that he got from Golden Spring Mountain, and searched one by one to see if he could find the array of the 7 stars sword formation. Haha! There really is one. Not long after, Xiao Hua found a complete sword scroll. It was one of the sword scrolls that he picked up from the space of the 7 stars great array. This young master knew that among these 10 swordsmen who set up the great array, there must be someone holding the sword scroll of the great array. Chapter 2385. Who? The wolf-headed man was furious. He threw away the leg bone in his hand and stood up. His wild gaze swept towards the source of the voice. It's actually 2 cultivators with soft skin and tender flesh. Aren't they just giving us a treat? The leopard-headed man swept with his divine sense and laughed loudly. His body didn't move at all. The wolf-headed man naturally also saw them. Seeing that they were only two cultivators around the middle stage of foundation establishment, he sneered. In front of him were several cultivators who were being eaten raw. Which one of them wasn't stronger than them? Don't be careless. The pig-headed man hurriedly stood up and said, two foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't have come here for no reason. Moreover, seeing us brothers here, they still dared to come here. They must have something to rely on. Humph, so what? The leopard-headed man sneered, but still stood up. Nearby, more than a dozen valiant beast cultivators covered in blood also stood up and threw away the meat in their hands. Feeling their hands, they each picked up their own weapons from the ground. Their eyes revealed a fierce expression as they looked towards the source of the voice. Xiaohua, you only need to use the cloud-suppressing seal. You can only imprison as many as you can. On the flowing cloud-flying ship, Li Zongbao's voice was still calm as he instructed, my immortal piercing whip will follow your cloud-suppressing seal. Imprison as many as you imprison, I will kill as many as you kill. Good. Xiaohua couldn't compare to Li Zongbao's ruthlessness. His divine sense swept over, and the anger in his heart had already been ignited. Naturally, there were deaths on the battlefield, and no one could blame anyone. However, the cruelty of the beast cultivators had long surpassed the scope of war. How could Xiaohua be merciful? Go, seeing that the dozen or so beast cultivators had also flown into the air and were about to surround them, Xiaohua clapped his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal rumbled and flew into the air. As soon as the cloud-suppressing seal appeared, its ancient bronze brilliance greatly flourished. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarmed in, and rays of white jade condensed at the edge of the cloud-suppressing seal. Oh! Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal's might, Li Zongbao was also slightly shocked. Clearly, it had exceeded his expectations. Humph, isn't it just a magic weapon? It's not like I haven't seen it before. The wolf-headed beast cultivator at the front sneered, his hoarse voice spreading far and wide. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a weapon that looked very similar to a wolf-tooth club appeared in the air. His body flew up, completely disproportionate to his enormous size. Go! The leopard-headed beast cultivator also waved its hand. Two other ox-headed beast cultivators flew out from the encirclement and charged towards Xiaohua and Li Zongbao. It's actually a demonic weapon? Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and saw the wolf-tooth club in the wolf-headed beast cultivator's hand. He couldn't help but be slightly astonished and secretly said, this beast cultivator, when did he start using demonic tools? Soon after, Xiaohua sneered and said, brotherly, it looks like these beast cultivators aren't fools. They actually know to separate and face the enemy. This little brother's cloud-suppressing seal might not be able to wipe out his mother in one go. However, it seems that the bold one is the leader. How about we kill these four beasts first? No problem. As long as you can imprison them, I will be able to kill them. Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip was already in his hand. Fall. Xiaohua's hand formed a seal, and the cloud-suppressing seal rapidly expanded. When it was about 10 zhang tall, it slightly trembled and a cloud fell down, smashing towards the wolf-headed beast cultivators. The wolf-headed beast cultivator held the wolf-tooth club in his hand. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal's terrifying power, he also started to take it seriously. However, he was also clear in his heart that such a powerful magic weapon wasn't something an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator could easily control. Therefore, he urged his magic power to quickly fly towards Xiaohua, wanting to seize the opportunity before the cloud-suppressing seal fell. Who would have thought that Xiaohua only slightly urged the cloud-suppressing seal to fly towards him? When the cloud-suppressing seal was slightly raised, a valiant imprisoning force pressed down on the cloud-suppressing seal, directly suppressing the magic power in his body. He actually couldn't break free? Roar! The wolf-headed beast cultivator was shocked. Without thinking, it raised its head and roared. Then, its body suddenly expanded. The clothes that were previously draped over its body were torn to shreds. A monster with the upper body of a huge black wolf and the lower body of a human appeared in the air. This monster was at least 20 feet tall. Then, in the abnormally thick wolf claws, the wolf tooth club swayed like a toy, stirring up the spiritual energy with a "hoo" sound, and smashed towards the cloud. Buzz, just like Xiao Hua's previous waving of the wishful steel staff smashed the imprisoning force of the Seven Stars Great Array, this wolf-headed beast cultivator's demonic weapon also shook the imprisoning force above the cloud. The cloud condensed by magic power was also somewhat collapsing along with the demonic weapon's agitation. Hiss! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a technique that used force to break restrictions. Of course, he had long known about it, but he didn't use it too much. He was often using it for sneak attacks. It was only recently that he obtained the wishful steel staff that this technique had a chance to be used openly. That black brilliance flashed with a scarlet brilliance, and the beast cultivator's head swelled up again. Swish! In midair, the abnormally thick forearms of several beast cultivators madly streaked across, giving birth to rows of phantoms, and together with the demonic tool, they simultaneously slapped the clouds of the cloud-suppressing seal. Rumble rumble, like a hammer hitting the surface of a drum, the clouds of the cloud-suppressing seal were actually torn apart by them again, and that valiant force also disappeared. Several pieces of clouds were destroyed by the beast cultivators, and the brilliance of Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal was also somewhat dim, as if his magic power was running out. Oh! Xiao Hua felt somewhat surprised, but Xiao Hua also didn't seem to be surprised. The magic power in his body surged, and his hands formed seals again. The cloud-suppressing seal shook again, and 3 more pieces of clouds fell down one after another. Watch this. Seeing Xiao Hua skillfully controlling the cloud-suppressing seal, and in the blink of an eye, he exchanged several blows with the 4 beast cultivators, Li Zongbao also didn't dare to be negligent. With a loud shout, he took out the immortal piercing whip. Li Zongbao dragged the magic treasure upside down, and the magic power in his body surged. His right hand suddenly swung, and the immortal piercing whip swung out a row of light golden whip shadows, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it struck towards the wolf-headed beast cultivator and the others. That immortal piercing whip was indeed powerful. Not only did it absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within several tens of feet, but when the whip shadows stirred, small hurricanes already appeared. Pa 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 pa, seeing the might of the immortal piercing whip, several beast cultivators knew that the situation wasn't good, and each of them brandished their demonic tools, wanting to smash the whip shadows together. Unfortunately, before their magic power surged, the clouds of the cloud-suppressing seal fell down again, and they were confined, unable to mobilize their magic power. The immortal piercing whips might smashed onto the bodies of several beast cultivators. With a loud bang, the wolf-headed beast cultivator hit the main body of the immortal piercing whip. Originally, his body was incomparably hard, almost comparable to magic tools and magic treasures, but in an instant, his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even when the magic power of the immortal piercing whip reached, the beast cultivator's body exploded. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Bang bang bang, the other whip shadows also fell down in succession, and the bodies of the other 3 beast cultivators also collapsed. They were all badly mutilated, and they screamed miserably as they fell from the sky. Just when Li Zongbao killed the wolf-headed beast cultivator, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and his magic power surged again. The cloud-suppressing seal flew towards the surrounding beast cultivators, who were originally eager to besiege them, but when they saw the wolf-headed beast cultivator being killed, their eyes flashed with hesitation. However, the dozen or so beast cultivators surrounded the 2 of them, so the cloud-suppressing seal couldn't cover all of them, and could only smash the pig-headed beast cultivator and a few others. Those few are yours. This was the second time Xiao Hua saw the might of the immortal piercing whip, and he was also envious in his heart. He pointed his finger at the remaining beast cultivators and shouted. Chapter 2386. Okay, Li Zongbao responded indifferently and waved the immortal piercing whip again. A row of whip shadows danced again, and like a stormy sea, they smashed towards the remaining beast cultivators. However, Xiaohua could see that the immortal piercing whip this time was obviously much dimmer than the previous one. Presumably, it was because Li Zongbao's magic power was insufficient. Wu, the immortal piercing whip whimpered as it smashed towards the remaining beast cultivators. When the 4 or 5 beast cultivators saw how powerful the immortal piercing whip was, they knew that just dodging and running away was absolutely not enough. They roared loudly, and their bodies were also suffused with black light. They waved the demonic artifacts in their hands and bravely attacked the whip shadows. Poo poo poo. Several sounds rang out as the whip shadows hit the demonic artifacts. The demonic artifacts shook and almost fell from the hands of the beast cultivators. However, even so, several beast cultivators still blocked Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip. Only a leopard head beast cultivator's demonic artifact was smashed by the immortal piercing whip and fell into the air. Seeing this, Li Zongbao's face was slightly embarrassed. He clenched his teeth and the magic power in his body surged again. The immortal piercing whip in his hands suddenly emitted a golden light. In that golden light, talismans circulated, showing extreme power. Attack! Li Zongbao roared, and his body moved along with the whip. 5 immortal piercing whips of the same size appeared in the air and attacked the 5 beast cultivators with earth-shattering force. As for Xiaohua, the cloud-suppressing seal swayed and easily trapped the 6 beast cultivators. He urged his magic power one after another, and one after another, imprisoning clouds fell down. Those 6 beast cultivators were obviously extremely powerful, and their respective devil tools were also extraordinary. Unexpectedly, just like the wolf-headed beast cultivator, they were able to defeat Xiaohua's clouds one after another. If it was someone else, under the attack of these 6 beast cultivators, even if the cloud-suppressing seal was extraordinary, their magic power would have already been exhausted, just like Li Zongbao. Unfortunately, they encountered Xiaohua. If Li Zongbao could be called the number 1 person under the gold core stage, then Xiaohua could look down on all the cultivators under the nascent soul stage. How could his magic power be measured by these beast cultivators? Following that, the clouds from the cloud-suppressing seal fell one after another, seemingly endless. The beast cultivators finally collapsed. After the final attack, the beast cultivators couldn't even hold their demonic artifacts steadily and were imprisoned by the clouds. Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip split into 5 and attacked the 5 beast cultivators respectively. The beast cultivators looked at each other and knew that this was the final battle to determine victory. Either you die or I die. Therefore, each of them activated all the strength in their body, as well as all the magic power in their body, and waved their demonic weapons, bringing about the sound of wind and drums. Boom! The 5 whips hit the 5 demonic artifacts at almost the same time. The demonic artifacts were all knocked away by the immortal piercing whip's unstoppable force. Moreover, the immortal piercing whip's shadow also imprinted itself onto the 5 beast cultivators as they flew. Ah! The 5 beast cultivators screamed at the same time. Their steel-like bodies were torn open, and they fell from the sky. Pooh! At the same time, Li Zongbao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale gold. He actually activated his magic power and injured his meridians. Xiaohua glanced at Li Zongbao. It wasn't out of his expectations. Li Zongbao was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. Facing more than 10 beast cultivators whose strength was comparable to late-stage foundation establishment, being able to perish together with them could be considered rare and commendable. Go! Xiaohua pointed the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal flew over with a rumble, smashing the beast cultivators that fell from Li Zongbao's attack to death. Only then did it fly back and smash the 6 beast cultivators that were imprisoned by him. Just as they were about to be smashed to death or injured like the cow-headed beast cultivator and the others, a sudden change occurred. The boar-headed beast cultivator that was easily imprisoned earlier suddenly had a burst of multicolored light appear around his body. He immediately broke free from the cloud-suppressing seal's imprisonment and flew away like a wisp of smoke. His flying speed was actually extremely fast. Xiao Hua was stunned and slightly raised his eyebrows. He thoughtfully looked at the boar-headed beast cultivator's back and didn't chase after him in a hurry. Don't let him escape. Li Zongbao's figure stood in midair. Seeing that Xiao Hua's magic power didn't seem to be exhausted, he lightly said. Yes, Xiao Hua didn't beat around the bush. He raised his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal became more than 10 feet in size. It smashed down and smashed the 5 beast cultivators into meat paste. Immediately after, Xiao Hua didn't put away the cloud-suppressing seal and shouted, "Brotherly, wait a moment." The magic power in his body surged as he used the hibernating thunder escape and chased after the boar-headed beast cultivator. Li Zongbao's face was still calm, but a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He patted his storage bag and swallowed a pill. According to my cultivation speed, I'm afraid it will take decades or even hundreds of years to reach the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment stage. Therefore, I didn't even think of preparing to condense the elixir. Now, after being plotted against by Tu Hong, I rushed to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment stage within 5 years. It seems that I can condense the elixir at any time, but I haven't found the Qianli elixir and the Lingli elixir. And these 2 elixirs are the key to condensing the elixir. One is to solidify the genuine essence and produce the golden elixir from nothing in the Dantian. The other is to increase the chance of producing the golden elixir. Others have started to prepare when they were in the late stage of foundation establishment stage, but I was directly sent to the war. How can I have a chance? Damn it, these 2 elixir recipes are also extremely important. I've changed a lot of elixir recipes, but there's none in my storage. Even if I want to refine it myself, I can't do it. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua squinted at Li Zongbao in the distance. Li Zongbao's cultivation is in the late stage of foundation establishment stage. This guy is the treasure of the Utopia faction. In his storage bag. I don't know if there's any elixir. However, this thought of Xiao Hua's was just a flash. His cultivation was only close to the middle stage of foundation establishment stage. How could he directly ask Li Zongbao about condensing the elixir? Although Xiao Hua was still very assured about Li Zongbao, he sympathized with him and Kaizhuxia. Well, to be more vulgar, he and Li Zongbao were somewhat related by marriage. However, after all, Kaizhuxia was no longer in this world, and he and Hongxia Fairy didn't really have dual cultivation. He didn't dare to reveal the truth in front of Li Zongbao. Forget it, if it's really condensing the elixir, and Li Zongbao sees it, there's no need to hide anything from him. That's God's will. Xiao Hua thought again, but if it's not in his sight, it's better not to let him know. I only hope that after killing Qin Jian, I can quickly return to Sky Patrol City, and I can go to EG to find Xinli elixir and Lingli elixir. Li Zongbao really consumed a lot of spiritual power. After adjusting his breath for half a day, he got up from the ground, glanced at Xiao Hua who was also sitting in the distance, and asked faintly, "Junior brother Xiao, have you settled everything?" "Yes, senior brother Li." Xiao Hua heard, opened his eyes, flew over, and nodded, "Senior brother and senior sister's corpses. I've collected them separately. When I meet the female disciples, I'll ask them to arrange them carefully. I've also collected the token and other things in another storage bag. You don't have to say it in such detail." Li Zongbao waved his hand. "It's still the same old saying, this is your Imperial Thunder sect's matter, I won't care. Moreover, if there's anything in your sect, you can tell me, I won't restrict you, you can go wherever you want." Xiao Hua still wanted to discuss with Li Zongbao, but when he heard Li Zongbao's words, he stopped and nodded. "Well, I know. However, you don't have to leave now. Wait and see if there are other Imperial Thunder sect disciples in front. If there are, ask them to send the message back to Sky Patrol City, I don't have to go there personally. That's good. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, let's go. Today, I was a little careless. If it weren't for you, I could only run away. If you really want to leave, I still have to think carefully. Without your cooperation, it's really not easy to kill Qin Jian. Haha, Xiaohua smiled apologetically, brotherly, you're too modest. I just took advantage of a magic weapon, I don't have much spiritual power. In my opinion, Senior Brother's Immortal Piercing Whip is a real magic weapon, it consumes a lot of spiritual power, and its power is definitely more than that. Li Zongbao's figure flew up. Seeing that Xiaohua was also slowly following behind him, a rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and, Xiaohua, you're very good. No wonder back then. Wuxia said you're outstanding. Your spiritual power is very strong. Although you're only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, your control of the cloud-suppressing seal is far from what I can do. In fact, I even feel that your magical power is not inferior to that of a golden core cultivator. Of course not. Xiaohua said hurriedly. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Li Zongbao raised his hand again and said, don't be anxious. It's good that you're humble, and I'm also relieved. After all, there's always someone better than you. Staying true to one's heart is the foundation of us cultivators. But sometimes, if you're too humble, it makes people feel that you're fake. Sometimes, when you show your strength, the benefits you get are also far beyond hiding it. Look, your flowing cloud flying ship is not bad, right? You don't dare to take it out casually. I am not someone else. Let's not talk so much. This is your own matter. Even if I see it, I won't say anything more. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. His spiritual power was getting deeper day by day, and it was very easy to be exposed with his every move. However, not to mention the other secrets he had, just the pure cultivation of a Taoist sect meant that he might have to face an unknown enemy above the spirit-severing stage. How could he not be careful? Xiaohua took out the flowing cloud-flying ship again and invited Li Zongbao to get on. He smiled apologetically and said, thank you for your teachings, Senior Brother. I understand. Senior Brother, please point out the direction to go. Li Zongbao regained his indifferent expression. After pointing out the direction to fly, he said, your eyesight is not bad. This divine whip of mine is a famous magic weapon of my utmost happiness sect. It used to be used by a nascent soul grandmaster. Because of my reputation, the sect bestowed it to me when I was only in the foundation establishment stage. Although I've refined it a few times, I still can't completely control it. Moreover, I think that with my current cultivation, I can only use less than 10% of this magic weapon's power. Less than 10%? Xiaohua's eyes widened, and he was very shocked. Actually, saying that it's 10% is just me boasting. Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. I personally saw that nascent soul grandmaster's actions. With just a whip shadow, the heavens fell and the earth split. A mountain peak was split apart by this divine whip. That's right, Xiaohua suddenly saw the scene in front of Chicken Crow Mountain. The scene of the old man waving his flying sword and slicing off the mountain peak appeared in front of his eyes. Damn it, I'm really lucky. I've encountered 2 nascent soul cultivators and luckily escaped. Xiaohua unconsciously thought of that nascent soul cultivator in Ink Shadow Black Forest and Daoist Jing Si who chased after him for several years. Fortunately, I didn't give them a chance. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. It seems that my suppressing cloud seal and soaring dragon scissors are not enough to resist nascent soul cultivators. Thinking of this, Xiaohua thought of the overturning sea seal that Fang Yuan had mentioned. If he could obtain the refinement method of the overturning sea seal, or even a complete overturning sea seal, it might be much stronger than the suppressing cloud seal. Thus, sometimes, revealing one's strength and getting the attention of the sect may not be a bad thing. Li Zongbao didn't know how Xiaohua was thinking about killing nascent soul cultivators. He only casually said, your Imperial Thunder sect might not be able to compare to my Tai Ching sect, but if you can take out one or two magic weapons that are comparable to the Divine Whip, it will be extremely easy. It will be much better than your suppressing cloud seal. In this environment, their cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Oh, that's true. Xiaohua didn't expect Li Zongbao's thoughts to jump so far. He was slightly stunned and nodded. Actually, sometimes I'm also thinking that whether it's sword cultivators or Taoists, they're just different cultivation methods. They're all cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. As cultivators, why are they so anxious to kill each other? Li Zongbao's words shocked Xiaohua even more. When Xiaohua heard this, he was deeply moved and said with a smile, "That's right. I met the twin female swordsmen of the Huan country at the Taiching Sex Feather Immortal Assembly." Oh, wasn't Senior Brother Li also there at that time? Those two female swordsmen were very amiable. They're far from comparable to the swordsmen in the war. If there's no war, they're all modest gentlemen. Li Zongbao nodded. If there's a war, they're all murderous demons. We look at sword cultivators like that, and sword cultivators look at us cultivators like that too. Instantly, Xiaohua thought of Ling Yunwu and that Yuan. The two exceptionally loving sword cultivator husband and wife. If it wasn't for the war, how could they have fallen at Gold Spring Mountain? Ling Yunwu admittedly transformed into a sword, but that Yuan ended up being a martyr. However, the situation at that time was dangerous. There was no need for Guyu. How could he be merciful? Perhaps the evil is in this war, and not in the cultivators and swordsmen? Xiaohua sighed inwardly. If there's a chance, I still want to see if I can distinguish between the two of them among those 10 flying swords. Even if they transformed into swords, I still want them to stay together. Seeing Xiaohua pondering, Li Zongbao thought that he didn't agree with his point of view and said, "Actually, don't look at the atrocities of beast cultivators. It's really despicable. But, the actions of some cultivators aren't inferior by much." Oh. There's such a thing? Xiaohua was stunned. He originally thought that only when beast cultivators and demon beasts cultivated at the same time, there would be a change in their mentality and so on. Only then would they commit such atrocities. He didn't expect that cultivators could also do such a thing. Humans, and beasts, in some aspects, are so similar. Li Zongbao didn't explain and sighed. That's right. Xiaohua thought of those 10 swordsmen again. Didn't they also commit violence against the female cultivators of the Dao sect? If cultivators did this, it would also be normal. Unfortunately, we're only Foundation establishment cultivators. Although our hearts are big, our strength is limited. It's already not bad that we're able to keep ourselves safe in this war. Li Zongbao looked at the spotlessly white ground and mountains and said, "The twin female swordsmen you mentioned just now are the key to this war. If we can find them, or find out where they died. If we can prove that they have nothing to do with the Dao sect, the sword cultivators won't have an excuse to fight, and this war will end." Xiaohua also smiled bitterly. He also knew about this, but the problem was that Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha had disappeared for more than 1 or 2 years. They disappeared when Xiaohua was at the beginning of the 12th level of qi refinement. Now that Xiaohua was at the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment, they still hadn't appeared. Moreover, if they could be found, the 3 kingdoms of cultivation would have found them long ago. Why wait until now? The Gale snowfield is in front. Li Zongbao took out a jade slip, looked at it for a moment, and pointed, with the speed of the flowing cloud flying boat, "We'll be there in 2 days." Where did Senior Brother Li get the news? This place is so far away from the Sky Patrol City, who would know that Qin Jian would come here? Xiaohua asked with some doubts. He, Li Zongbao smiled mysteriously, this news was revealed by Qin Jian himself. Oh. I don't understand. Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Chapter 2389. That Qin Jian thinks too highly of himself. In these past few years, he often released some specious news to lure our Tao sect cultivators to go there and then ambush them. And those disciples who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth are also strange. They clearly know that it's inappropriate, but they still fall into the trap. It's as if they think that only they can see through the trap, and only they can kill Qin Jian. Li Zongbao explained, and this news was obtained from one of the elders on duty at the assembly hall. So that's how it is. I'm afraid it's because of the reward from the Yanqi Mansion's assembly hall? Xiaohua nodded, but he was secretly criticizing Li Zongbao in his heart. What was the difference between Li Zongbao's actions and those disciples who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? After flying for another half a day, the mountains and rivers below the flying boat gradually disappeared. Huge ice lakes and continuous glaciers began to appear. Above the ice lakes, the ice was as hard as iron, abnormally sparkling and translucent. It was like a huge mirror that reflected the bright sunlight into the sky. And the glaciers were like jade ribbons that coiled around the ice plains. It was a spectacular sight. When he looked again, he saw that in the distance, there was a faint mist that covered half of the sky. That's where the glacier's geothermal energy is. Seeing Xiaohua look into the distance, Li Zongbao explained, as the saying goes, there's yin in yang, and yang in yin. Yin and yang have always been symbiotic. In this extremely cold place in Huan country, there will often be geothermal energy rising from the ground, giving birth to a kind of hot spring. The water of this hot spring is warm, and even in extremely cold places, it won't freeze. It's completely different from the cold of the glaciers here. It's a strange scene in the world. After you and I kill Qin Jian, we'll go and take a look. Very good. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. But in an instant his mind suddenly moved, as if there was some reaction from the hand of karma. There's yang in yin, and yin in yang. These words sound very familiar. It seems to be related to something. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't figure it out. He was completely baffled and couldn't even touch the boundary. Since it's from the hand of karma, it must be very important. Ever since Xiaohua experienced the feeling of karma a few times, he knew the crux of the matter. He already understood that everything in this world was made up of karma. If he could control karma, then he would be able to avoid karma. If he could avoid karma, then he would be able to escape from the mortal world. This was extremely useful for his own cultivation. Therefore, he attached great importance to anything related to karma. Could it be that this Tao of yin and yang is the karma that I sensed in the great formation of Mount Quanjin? If that's the case, then we still have to make a trip to the geothermal glacier. Seeing that Xiaohua was deep in thought again, Li Zongbao was bewildered. After thinking for a moment, he didn't know what he had said to Xiaohua. Thus, he didn't say anything and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. In 2 days, he would have to face Qin Jian. Qin Jian was a sword cultivator with a fierce reputation. Li Zongbao didn't have full confidence in defeating him. Xiaohua thought for a moment and opened his eyes thoughtfully. Seeing that Li Zongbao had closed his eyes again, he didn't say anything. Instead, he urged the flowing cloud-flying ship to continue moving forward. At the same time, he took out the Jade Talisman Refinement Manual from the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain and reviewed it again. Xiaohua had already tried to comprehend this elementary and somewhat incomplete Jade Talisman back when he was at Tianmen Mountain. Unfortunately, he didn't have any jade essences for him to practice on. Now that he had a lot of jade essences in his space, how could he not take out the matter of refining jade talismans? 2 days passed quickly. Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense but couldn't see a single person. He couldn't help but ask, Senior Brotherly, is this the Gale snowfield? Where are those disciples lying in ambush? I don't know either. Li Zongbao said softly, just fly slowly, you'll see them eventually. You don't know? Xiaohua was astonished. Of course I don't know. Li Zongbao said matter-of-factly, however, the Gale snowfield is only 10,000 li in size. If those disciples were to fight with Qin Jian, I'll definitely see them. You just have to look for them slowly, okay? Ah, so it's the legendary waiting for rabbits. Xiao Hua understood. He had no choice but to activate the flying boat again and fly aimlessly above the glacier. He also released his divine sense and kept searching. On the Gale snowfield, above a square ice lake, the sun was shining brightly. The pale white sunlight scattered weakly on the surface of the lake. The mirror-like ice layer reflected the light to a protrusion on a mountain peak not far away. That protrusion was also a layer of ice. It was astonishingly thick. The light passed through the ice layer and gathered on the ground at the foot of the mountain. After the light gathered, it was so hot that it was far hotter than the heat from the sky. In just a moment, water vapor rose from the ice and snow at the foot of the mountain. As the sun moved in the sky, the water vapor also moved like an earthworm. Phew, just as the earthworm moved to the side of a stone, a light flashed frequently. After a yellow light was annihilated, a tall middle-aged man appeared in the light. The middle-aged man's face was filled with confusion. He patted his hand and took out a talisman from his body. It was the rare invisibility talisman in the Dawn Rain continent. Strange. He took out a fiery red strange bird the size of a palm from the spirit storage bag on his right. The strange bird's head was triangular, like an earthworm's beak. A flesh pouch the size of a thumb hung in front of its chest. When it spread its fiery red wings, the feathers opened up, revealing the red bird's skin under the feathers. Go, Quan Jia instructed in a low voice. The spirit bird circled in the air a few times and shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Tsk Tisk, Qian Feng, who was beside him, revealed a tinge of envy in his eyes. He said in a low voice, Junior brother Quan, your spirit bird is getting more and more powerful. Back then, the soul was not used in vain. Senior brother Qian, didn't your Lian Bao also devour souls? Why are you envious of me? Quan Jia was secretly happy, but his face showed that he did not care. How can it be compared? Qian Feng smiled bitterly. I, Lian Bao, have not improved as fast as your little thing these years. Qian Feng still wanted to say more, but Quan Jia's face tightened and he hurriedly looked up at the sky. Oh. There's news? Qian Feng immediately shut up and asked in a low voice. Quan Jia ignored him and only narrowed his eyes to look at the sky. After half a cup of tea's time, the spiritual bird once again fell from the sky. Its fiery red feathers were now covered with ice, and its triangular bird head was also trembling slightly. When it landed in Quan Jia's hand, Quan Jia only felt a wave of coldness. Quan Jia did not dare to delay and hurriedly put the spirit bird into the spirit storage bag. How is it? Qian Feng asked anxiously again. Well. Quan Jia hesitated slightly and sent a message. About 15 kilometers west of here, there are more than 10 sword cultivator disciples. Oh? Sword cultivator disciples? More than 10. Qian Feng frowned. What are they doing? They're in a sorry state. Their sword armor is tattered, and they look nervous, as if they were defeated and fled. Quan Jia narrowed his eyes and said. Chapter 2391. Go, Quan Jia's heart ached, but he still urged the spiritual bird. The spiritual bird reluctantly flapped its wings a few times in mid-air and soared into the sky. After a while, Quan Jia was even more surprised. He hurriedly said to Qian Feng, Senior brother Qian, quickly go and report to the Golden Core seniors. 10 miles away, another 200 sword cultivators have appeared. Most of them are in the sword nurturing stage. They look similar to the swordsmen from before. They are all defeated. Furthermore, half of these sword cultivators were female swordsmen. From what I see, that Qin Jian will definitely not come. Or perhaps, he has been lured away by another challenge. We will be wasting our time again. Why don't we reap some rewards? All right. Hearing this, Qian Feng's face was filled with joy. Naturally, he did not dare to send out his spiritual will. Instead, he hurriedly flew out to look for Pan Hao. According to their agreement, in order to not disturb Qin Jian and expose their ambush, only the Golden Core Cultivator could send out his spiritual will. The others were not allowed to do so. Just as Qian Feng left, the spiritual bird flew back from the sky. The spiritual bird's body was even colder. A thin layer of ice had formed around its body. When it flew above Quan Jia's head, it almost fell straight down. After Quan Jia kept the spiritual bird, he looked anxiously at the spot where Qian Feng disappeared. Right above his head, tens of thousands of feet in the sky, behind a few clear white clouds, there was an eagle's shadow that was faintly discernible. Chirp, a sound came from the edge of the glacier 1,000 feet away from Quan Jia. A message talisman flew to the peak of a mountain nearby. Then, a dozen more message talismans flew out from the peak. These message talismans flew to different locations. From the locations where the message talismans landed, a dozen late Foundation establishment cultivators appeared. Similarly, each cultivator sent out another dozen message talismans to different locations. Not long after, almost 400 Foundation establishment cultivators appeared around Quan Jia's ambush. The formation they had set up covered a few miles. The 400 cultivators who had revealed themselves did not stop there. Their figures flew up separately and flew towards the west in an outflanking manner. Quan Jia was naturally overjoyed as well. He flew up and followed behind the crowd. By the time they were several li away from the fleeing group of swordsmen, the 400 Foundation establishment cultivators had already surrounded the 300 swordsmen. Everyone's divine senses were also sweeping towards those pitiful swordsmen without restraint. The 300 sword cultivators were flying between the two mountain peaks on their flying swords. They were originally in an extremely sorry state and were abnormally exhausted. When they sensed the divine senses of the 400 Foundation establishment cultivators, they were greatly alarmed. Some of the sword cultivators with higher cultivation also sent out their divine senses. When they saw that the cultivators had already surrounded them, they became even more alarmed. The 300 sword cultivators scattered like monkeys when the tree topples, and hurriedly rushed out of the mountain peaks. Outside the mountain peaks, there was another huge glacier. The oval ice surface was already shining with a faint golden brilliance under the slanting sunlight. Chase! When Quan Jia saw this, he was overjoyed. He shouted as he channeled his magic power and flew towards a female swordsman who was panicking. Qian Feng didn't show any signs of weakness. He chased after another female swordsman whose sword armor was torn apart, revealing her white arms. Above the crowd, a golden core cultivator with white hair and beard revealed a fierce look in his eyes. However, his expression was still cautious. He released his divine senses and scanned the surrounding 10 li radius, fearing that there might be a sword cultivator lying in ambush. However, when the 400 cultivators had completely surrounded the swordsmen, all of them laughed sinisterly as they took out their magic weapons and other items. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did the Golden Core Cultivator relax. Kill! The Golden Core Cultivator also did not hesitate. He waved his hand, and the magical artifacts of the 400 cultivators, of all kinds and colors, flew out from all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, and attacked the panicked swordsmen. When the swordsmen saw so many magic weapons flying out, their previous expressions were swept away and replaced with calmness. The flying swords under their feet also flew out to meet the enemy. Quan Jia flew in front of the crowd, following behind the fleeing female swordsman at a distance of several feet. He knew very well that this was the safest distance. If he got any closer, the female swordsman might have some secret technique or the like to fight like a cornered beast. Just as he heard the Golden Core Cultivator's command, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He took out a rope-like magic weapon in his hand. An orange-red brilliance flashed from the rope. At the same time, the rope danced in mid-air and fell towards the female swordsman's towering breasts. Quan Jia could almost see the female swordsman's panic when she was trapped by the rope, and all the things that happened after that. It was exactly the same as what the Golden Core cultivator saw. When the magic weapon of the rope fell on the female swordsman's head, the spinning confinement force had yet to fall. The originally panicked female swordsman suddenly smiled, turning her head and grinning at him, as if she was smiling at someone deeply in love. Oh! Quan Jia was stunned. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, although the female swordsman was only at the 6th grade of the sword nurturing stage, she suddenly turned around and stopped in midair. The flying sword under her feet whistled and turned into a shooting star, rushing towards the magic weapon that was pouncing towards her. With a piercing sound, the flying sword pierced the brilliance of the magic weapon, making a very frightening sound. However, when he realized that the magic power of the flying sword was much weaker than his own, Quan Jia's heart that had just tightened was put at ease again. This female swordsman was obviously at the 6th grade of the sword nurturing stage, similar to a cultivator at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Compared to a cultivator at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, she was still a little bit weaker. Quan Jia pointed his finger at the magic weapon and urged his magic power. The rope spun rapidly, and a fierce force and dazzling brilliance appeared again, carrying Quan Jia's uncontrollable desire to rush towards the female swordsman. Hiss! With a sound, Quan Jia's magic weapon had indeed caught the female swordsman's flying general. The meteor that was carrying the sword aura disappeared. A flying general that was the size of a willow leaf and overflowing with sword aura appeared in the rope. However, the remaining force of the rope did not dissipate, and it brought the flying sword down towards the female swordsman. The female swordsman's face was slightly shocked. Her figure quickly shrank, and she turned around and rushed towards the glacier 1,000 feet below her. Ha ha ha, little girl. Quan Jia laughed loudly, and his figure rushed down along with the rope. He did not want to let the little white sheep in his mouth slip away. At the moment when Quan Jia rushed down, he was distracted and glanced at Qian Feng, who was only a few hundred feet away from him. Qian Feng was the same as him. He released the spiritual beast Lian leopard from his spiritual storage bag. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the petite female swordsman with bared fangs and brandished claws. It seemed like it could catch the female swordsman in a moment. Hee, Quan Jia's heart could not help but swell. His spirit was once again invigorated, and his figure sped up. However, at this moment, with a loud bang, a thumb-sized plum blossom suddenly bloomed in the incomparably hard layer of ice. The plum blossom seemed to have bloomed in this hard layer of ice, and its development caused the whole layer of ice to explode. As the red plum blossom spun in mid-air and rushed into the sky, the fist-sized ice chips also flew everywhere. Quan Jia was the closest to the ice at this moment, and he bore the brunt of the red plum blossom and ice chips. However, before Quan Jia could figure out what was happening, the red plum blossom was already close to him. Quan Jia very naturally activated his spiritual power, and the light protecting his body shone brightly. As the light flashed, the fist-sized ice chips were all bounced off, and even turned into ice water. However, the thumb-sized red plum blossom seemed to contain a huge amount of power, and as it sat cross-legged, it drilled into the light. Puff puff puff. Dozens of muffled sounds rang out, and blood splattered everywhere the red plum blossom passed. Quan Jia's light protecting his body was shattered by the red plum blossom, and the dozens of red plum blossom instantly penetrated his body. Ah! Quan Jia's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. With a scream, his vision turned black, and he fell from midair. And until his death, he did not even see who killed him. Ah! The sudden appearance of the red plum blossom and the instant death of Quan Jia immediately aroused Qian Feng's vigilance. However, the red plum blossom was like a whirlwind, soaring up 90,000 miles, and continued to rush towards the other cultivators above Quan Jia, and Qian Feng happened to be just outside the red plum blossom. Run! Seeing the sharp light above the red plum blossom, Qianfeng smelled an extremely dangerous aura. He did not dare to chase after the escaping swordsman, and waved his hand, wanting to keep Lian Bao back into his spirit storage bag. Peng! Another loud sound rang out, and an orange figure rushed out from the ice. At the same time, a fist flew out, and in the blink of an eye, appeared on Lian Bao's back. Roar! Under the fist, Lian Bao was already trembling abnormally, and his 4 legs knelt in mid-air, not daring to move at all. Illusory swordsman. Qianfeng felt the fear in Lian Bao's heart, and his heart also trembled. He did not even bother to keep the spirit beast, and his body flashed, wanting to escape from the battle. Peng! A loud sound rang out, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The fist landed on Lian Bao's back, and Lian Bao's bones and flesh were torn apart, and he turned into a pile of fragments that fell in midair. Qianfeng's heart clenched, knowing that Lian Bao was dead. However, before his heart palpitated, a sharp wind that he had never encountered before appeared from his chest and abdomen, and he saw a fist suddenly enlarging and striking towards him. Although the fist was still a few feet away, an indescribable feeling enveloped the space of a few feet around his chest and abdomen. This is bad. Qianfeng was shocked, and he slapped his hand, wanting to take out a magic weapon from his storage bag. However, his vision was slightly blurred, and the fist seemed to have passed through the space barrier, and in an instant, it hit his chest. This. Qianfeng's hand did not have time to take out a magic weapon, and he immediately hurriedly formed a spell, wanting to hit the fist. However, he was still too slow. With a loud peng, a purple-red brilliance flashed rapidly in Qianfeng's chest and abdomen, and was immediately annihilated. Then, with a boom, Qianfeng's body exploded from the inside, and like Lian Bao, he shattered into pieces and scattered in midair. Ha 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 ha. After the red plum blossom, under the murderous fist, there was a burst of laughter. 2 muscular middle-aged illusory swordsmen wearing sword attire rushed out of the ice layer of the glacier, and flew straight into the sky. Chapter 2392. As the 2 of them flew past, red plum blossoms took the lives of dozens of foundation-building cultivators. Their fists flashed and destroyed the bodies of dozens of foundation-building cultivators. Not only that, with a series of bang, 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 ice blocks several feet in size were overturned one by one. Nearly 300 swordsmen of the 3rd or 4th level flew out from the ice. Flying swords of various colors appeared at the same time, blocking the attacks of the 400 foundation-building cultivators. We've been ambushed. The 400 cultivators who had set up the ambush saw the swordsmen of the drawing swords appear and their hearts tightened. How could they not know what had happened? They wanted to kill Qin Jian, but they did not expect that Qin Jian would see through their plan and lead them into the ambush they had set up. What these 400 cultivators did not understand was when the swordsmen of the drawing swords had set up the ambush, and why they could not detect the swordsmen under the ice with their divine senses. Of course, these questions were no longer a problem at this time. Facing 700 to 800 swordsmen, the 400 cultivators only had one thing to do. Either kill these swordsmen or escape. Kill. All the swordsmen's faces were filled with excitement, as if their prey had taken the bait, just like the previous cultivator. Flying swords appeared in their hands and fiercely pierced toward the cultivators. That cultivator was like the previous swordsman of the drawing swords. While his face was filled with panic, he also summoned the magic weapons in his hands, trying to fight for a chance to survive. Pan Hao was a male cultivator with a huge body. His muscles were bulging, and he was similar to an ordinary body cultivator. When the 2 illusory swordsmen appeared, he was using his magic weapon, the aquatic droplet, to smash the head of a drawing swordsman. Seeing that the illusory swordsman was right under him and that his fists were surging up like waves, killing many cultivators, he did not dare to be careless. He activated the magic power in his body, and the aquatic droplet fell on top of his head, scattering a thin layer of brilliance to protect him. Pan Hao had only just managed to protect himself when the murderous fist arrived. The fist stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and brought about a trembling sound. The fist's afterimage shattered Pan Hao's protective brilliance wherever it went. Hiss! Pan Hao sucked in a breath of cold air and activated all the magic power in his body. The aquatic droplet also turned into the size of a fist and met the swordsman's fist. With a loud bang, Pan Hao's mind shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dispirited as he was knocked back several hundred feet. The brilliance of his aquatic water bead was annihilated. With a few crisp sounds, a few cracks appeared on the surface of the aquatic water bead and quickly spread across the entire magic treasure. When the aquatic water bead appeared several hundred feet away, it had already split into several pieces. When the illusory swordsman saw that Pan Hao was still alive, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, he didn't bother to attack Pan Hao again. Phew. Pan Hao let out a long sigh. Like Xiao Mao and Feng Linbua, he was a disciple of the Xuanyan school who survived the elimination of the seedlings. Their meridians were wider and tougher than normal cultivators. Although they were only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, their mana was comparable to the peak of the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, they were able to survive the attack of the illusory swordsman. However, Pan Hao only relaxed for a moment before hundreds of swordsmen flew out from under the ice. Run! This was Pan Hao's only thought at this moment. He only had one golden core cultivator on his side, and in terms of numbers, the cultivators were inferior to the swordsmen. This was where the swordsmen were lying in ambush, and there might be some powerful sword formations. However, when Pan Hao turned to look at the golden core cultivator, he was puzzled. This early-stage golden core cultivator was the martial uncle of the Xuanyan school, Pang Chongtian. It was because of his support that Pan Hao and Feng Linbua dared to come out of the spirit stone vein they were guarding and set up an ambush in the Gale snowfield. Pang Chongtian's face was as calm as water as he faced the two aquatic swordsmen. However, there was a hint of a sneer on his face. What? Is Qin Jian afraid? We have already issued a challenge. Why is he still not coming to the Gale snowfield? Why did he send the two of you to your deaths? Pang Chongtian's tone was filled with disappointment. Ha ha ha, what is Qin Jian? Isn't he just an illusory swordsman from the Void Heaven Sword School? How can he be so powerful in your eyes? The swordsman with the red plum flying sword waved his hand and a withered branch full of red plum blossoms appeared in his hand. Facing the snow-white sword, he looked extremely refined. However, the arrogance in his tone was as if he did not care about Qin Jian at all. Greedy cultivators like you have issued challenges to the sword domain every day. However, Qin Jian is just an aquatic swordsman and cannot be in two places. How can he satisfy all of you? The other bald swordsman stood in midair like a King Kong. He did not hold any flying sword in his empty hands. However, there was a faint layer of sword radiance on his exposed left arm, as if his arm was his flying sword. Ha ha ha, I was wondering. Pang Chongtian also smiled and did not seem to be afraid. He pointed with his hand and said, since you have come to your deaths, I have no choice but to accept it. Even if it is not Qin Jian, I will still be rewarded if I take your heads back, right? You? The red plum swordsman sneered. You are just an early-stage golden core cultivator and you will have a problem dealing with me. You want to kill both of us? Don't you think you are a joke? Who said that I am the only one? Pang Chongtian sneered. The schemes of the Dao sect cultivators will never be understood by swordsmen from the savage land. Pang Chongtian looked behind the red plum swordsman and smiled. Daoist Jiang and Daoist Luan can show yourselves now. Oh. The red plum swordsman was shocked and quickly looked back. However, at this moment, the other swordsman shouted angrily, this bastard is cheating. The red plum swordsman turned around again. Indeed, Pang Chongtian had already moved. He flew in the direction he came from like a gust of wind. Haha, the red plum swordsman was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, that's what I said. How can the Dao sect cultivators see through the ambush set up by the failing sword manor? Liao Jianyu, let us kill this bastard. Daoist Guan is right. Please. Liao Jianyu moved and turned into a sword radiance. He chased after Pang Chongtian and chuckled softly. Pang Chongtian was the first to move. However, his flying technique was not as good as the two swordsmen. In less than 5 minutes, the two swordsmen had caught up with Pang Chongtian. Failing sword manners, Daoist Guan waved his hand. The withered branch in his hand flashed with a bright red sword radiance. Red plum blossoms appeared on the flying sword and rushed towards Pang Chongtian like a rain of red plum blossoms. The red plum blossoms cut through the air and made strange sounds. At the same time, Liao Jianyu was even faster. His left arm swayed and the same silver light flashed. His fist seemed to have left his arm and smashed towards Pang Chongtian's back like a meteor with the power to kill in one blow. Pang Chongtian did not dare to delay. He waved his right arm and an 8 trigrams flag flew out. The 8 trigrams flag flew into the air and instantly expanded. The 8 trigrams flag fluttered in the wind. The 8 trigrams flag on the flag emitted 8 different lights and flew out of the flag to protect Pang Chongtian's back. Wu Liao Jianyu's fist arrived first and hit the center of the 8 trigrams brilliance. When there was a burst of brilliance and the dazzling brilliance stopped the fist. However, the moment it stopped, the 8 trigrams brilliance spun rapidly and retreated a few feet before stopping. Liao Jianyu was shocked. He activated the sword origin in his body and wanted to swing his fist again. However, there was a suction force from the 8 trigrams brilliance. It was as if his fist was stuck in a quagmire and could not be pulled out. At this moment, the red plum flying sword flew into the 8 trigrams brilliance. A surge of red light instantly filled the 8 trigrams brilliance. Break! Liao Jianyu and Guan Jianyu cried out almost at the same time. A blinding silver light and dozens of dark red lights flashed out from the 8 dimmed lights at the same time. Rumble, there was a loud sound and the 8 trigrams brilliance was annihilated, revealing the flag. At this moment, there were cracks all over the flag. Looking at Pang Chongtian again, his face flushed red and then turned pale. Pang Chongtian slapped his hand and the broken 8 trigrams brilliance returned to his body. He said softly, Daoist Jiang, Daoist Luan, if you didn't come out, I would have died. At this moment, Guan Jianyu and Liao Jianyu ignored him and continued to attack Pang Chongtian with their flying swords and fists. Ha ha ha, Daoist Pang is indeed powerful. Even though you fell into the sword cultivator's trap, you still managed to lure them over. A rough voice came from the mountain below the three of them. Chapter 2393. Swordsman Guan saw the purple flying sword and sneered in his heart. He waved his hand and hundreds of red plum blossoms surged forward, stabbing towards the purple light. CSISI, a sharp sound rang out and the dozens of red plum blossoms were pierced by the purple flying sword, turning into dark red splatters that fell to the ground. The purple flying sword light turned into a purple line within the red plum blossoms. It bypassed the red plum blossoms and stabbed towards Swordsman Guan's forehead. Ah! A spirit-severing flying sword? However, Guan Jianyu felt an incomparable sharp pain between his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Ha ha ha! Under the purple light, a short cultivator with a pointy mouth appeared. It was Luan Jiansheng, the golden core cultivator of the Tongyi sect. He held a palm-sized gourd in his hand. The purple light was emitted from the gourd that had been uncovered. How could it be a spirit-severing flying sword? Liao Jianyu waved his hand and his fist turned into dozens of fists. Each one was like a meteor as they flew towards the waves of heavy water. Swordsman Guan suddenly understood and activated his sword technique. The red plum blossoms once again flew in a mysterious dance and cut apart the purple line. That's right, it's just an imitation magic treasure. Seeing the spirit-severing flying sword easily broken by the red plum blossoms, swordsman Guan let out a long sigh and sneered, "If you could use a real spirit-severing flying sword, you'd already be a late nascent soul cultivator, right? Why would you ambush us illusory swordsman? Ha ha ha, why would I need a real spirit-severing flying sword to deal with you two illusory swordsmen?" Luan Jianxing laughed and the purple light from the gourd flew out again. It circled around the dozens of red plum blossoms that had already flown to Luan Jianxing's side. Pa pa pa, like candlelight bursting in the night, the sword light that could easily kill a foundation establishment cultivator was annihilated by the purple light. Only a 3-foot-long flying sword remained. Hiss. Swordsman Guan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that his flying sword was indeed inferior to the spirit-severing flying dagger. He was afraid that he really wasn't a match for this guy. Guan Jianyu looked at Liao Jianyu again. Although there were quite a number of illusionary fists, they weren't as solid as the previous one. It was barely satisfactory to withstand Jiang Shan's connate heavy water. "Let's go." Guan Jianyu waved his hand, and the red plum sword flew back. Guan Jianyu's body flashed with sword light, and his entire body condensed into the shape of a giant sword. He flew towards the glacier from before. "Ha ha ha, at this point, you still want to escape?" Pang Chongtian laughed heartily when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, the damaged 8 trigrams flag appeared once again. The slightly dim 8 balls of light whizzed and rotated in front of Guan Jianyu. "Ignorant." Guan Jianyu sneered. A sound similar to the sound of a golden drum rang out. The giant sword pierced into the 8 balls of light. "Fellow Taoist Luan, help me." The huge sword's sharp sword chi pierced into the 8 trigrams flag. The 8 balls of light were already in a mess. Pang Chongtian panicked and had no choice but to call for help. "Watch this old man." Luan Jianxing moved with the voice. He threw the small purple gourd in his hand, and the spirit-severing flying knife immediately flew out of the small gourd. It turned into a swimming fish and rapidly pierced towards Guan Jianyu's flying sword. Before the spirit-severing flying knife could get close, the killing intent that was suppressing the sword spirit was forced into the flying sword. The giant sword rumbled and shook a few times. Guan Jianyu could no longer maintain his flying sword form and revealed his huge body. Guan Jianyu's eyes flashed with shock. He didn't have time to deal with the 8 trigrams flag. He waved his hand, and the red plum blossom blocked the spirit-severing flying knife again. "Fellow Taoist Feng, fellow Taoist you, if you don't come out now, I will really be helpless." Guan Jianyu smiled bitterly. He looked around and whispered, "Oh." When these words entered their ears, not only was Luan Jianxing shocked, even Pang Chongtian was shocked. This shock was, as if they had seen the world's biggest joke. "Ha ha ha, you are about to die, and you are still playing tricks. Don't you think it's funny?" Pang Chongtian didn't think that the sword cultivators would have any other means to deal with his hidden attack. However, just as Pang Chongtian finished speaking, a gust of wind blew through the sky. 2 bird cultivators flapped their 100-feet-long wings and rushed down. That arrogant and unruly voice sounded, "Haha, just a few boy. Guanpeng, you can't deal with them? I am not as good as the 2 seniors." Guanpeng controlled the red plum blossom sword and tried his best to block the spirit-severing flying knife. He smiled and said, "These are 3 golden core cultivators. Their magic treasures are the perfect counter to my flying sword. I still need the help of the 2 seniors." Wu, the bird cultivator in front, flapped his wings. A strong wind blew from his wings. Countless wind blades that could cut through ice flew towards Luan Jianxing and Pang Chongtian like a storm. The bird cultivator behind him was even more powerful. A faint blue light flashed between his wings, and the abundant water-based spiritual energy above the glacier immediately condensed. As he flapped his wings, the wind blades swooped down, and each ice particle seemed to be condensed with a huge amount of mana. "Go!" Pang Chongtian wanted to use the 8 trigrams flag again. However, when he scanned it with his divine perception, he sensed the power of the wind blades and ice particles. He knew that his 8 trigrams flag might not be able to block them. He shouted and flew towards the south. After Pang Chongtian left, Jiang Shan and Luan Jianxing didn't dare to stay any longer. They kept their magic treasures and used their flying techniques to escape. Luckily, the 3 of them were surrounding Guan Peng and Liao Jianyu. The 2 bird cultivators, Wind Sword Friend and Rain Sword Friend, were attacking from above. There was a gap for them to escape. Chase. Swordsmen would never look down on cultivators fleeing. Sword Friend Wind and Sword Friend Rain flapped their wings and chased after the 3 like rays of light. Guan Peng was a little hesitant. He used his divine perception to scan the situation at the glacier and then used it to scan the area within dozens of miles. However, when Guan Peng's divine sense swept to the east, it paused for a moment. Then, his face relaxed and he didn't hesitate to sweep to other places. When he saw that there were no special cultivators within a few dozen kilometers, his figure flashed and he chased after them on the red plum sword. Illusory swordsman. On the flowing cloud flying ship dozens of miles away, Guan Peng's divine perception locked onto Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao. That strong divine perception indicated that a golden core sword cultivator had seen them. Of course, Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua's reactions were different from what Guan Peng expected. They were actually excited. Brotherly, is this divine perception Qin Jian's? Xiao Hua asked Li Zongbao hurriedly when the divine perception paused for a moment. He flapped his wings, and his body suddenly sped up as he chased after Pang Chongtian and the others. Which one is Qin Jian? In the distance, Xiao Hua steered the flying boat. He was still hesitating whether he should tell Li Zongbao, or if he should steer the flowing cloud flying boat and chase after them like Li Zongbao. After all, if he added himself, it wouldn't be difficult to kill 4 sword cultivators. If I do that, I won't be able to hide my cultivation. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly again. He had already decided in his heart that he would reveal his cultivation in this battle. However, he could only reveal 40% of his cultivation, which would stop at the late stage of foundation establishment. Even if he used his Dharma treasure, he wouldn't be able to surpass the early stage of golden core. After killing the beast cultivators earlier, Li Zongbao already had doubts about Xiao Hua's Dharma power. Even though he didn't say it, Xiao Hua knew in his heart. If he could even kill golden core cultivators, there was no point in hiding it. Not good. Just as Xiao Hua was hesitating, Li Zongbao shouted, "My Dao sect disciples are being attacked by sword cultivators. Xiao Hua, don't be slow. Hurry up and steer the flying boat. You only noticed it now." Xiao Hua made a rough estimation. He knew that even though Li Zongbao was already in the late stage of foundation establishment, his spiritual force was still shocking. They were still 20 miles away from the battle, but his spiritual force was more than twice that of a normal late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Yes. I understand. Following Li Zongbao's instructions, Xiao Hua steered the flowing cloud flying boat. The flowing cloud flying boat was indeed faster than before, and it rushed towards the oval ice lake. The battle above the ice lake was definitely comparable to the battle at Golden Spring Mountain. Hundreds of Dharma treasures stirred the heaven and earth spiritual chi and rushed into the air. All kinds of brilliance bloomed and smashed towards the sword cultivators opposite them. Among the sword cultivators, flying swords were also released. Sword light flashed and pierced into the cultivators' bodies. Blood light flashed, comparable to the brilliance of Dharma treasures. The smell of blood gradually rose, comparable to the surging spiritual chi. The 400 cultivators of the Dao sect were surrounded by nearly 700 sword cultivators. They fought with all their might. In the time that the Golden Core cultivators fought and hurriedly escaped, nearly 100 people had already died. Their corpses were all pierced, and their incomplete corpses fell onto the ice surface that was as cold as a mirror. The blood flowing on the corpses only flowed half an inch before it froze. Looking at the sword cultivators, they were not much better off. Dozens of corpses were also left near the sword cultivators' corpses. Their heads, chests, and bodies were all badly mutilated. They were all hit by Dharma treasures. The corpses above the ice lake, other than the difference between sword equipment and Taoist robes, there was really no difference between the two corpses. Or perhaps, the living people were different, but the dead people were no different. Don't you dare hurt my Tao sect disciples. Li Zongbao didn't wait for the flying boat to approach the battlefield. As usual, he shouted and flew up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand was also held upside down. The whip streaked through the air and smashed towards the sword cultivator closest to him. The two sides in the fierce battle simply didn't have the time to check the arrival of Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao. Only when they heard Li Zongbao's angry roar did they look up. However, when they saw only the two of them, the cultivators' hearts turned cold, while the sword cultivators' hearts secretly laughed. However, what use could two Foundation establishment disciples make in this great battle? Oh. Why isn't he a disciple of my seven skills sect? Naturally, there were also those who first saw the flowing cloud flying boat and then saw Li Zongbao. They had some strange thoughts, but this thought disappeared in an instant. A sword cultivator's flying sword was more important than the flowing cloud flying boat. Of course, there were also those who secretly thought of seizing the boat and fleeing. However, after Li Zongbao flew out of the flowing cloud flying boat, Xiao Hua also put the boat into his space. This ended some people's thoughts. Li Zongbao. Senior brother Li. Hurry. There were actually disciples of the Utopia faction here. When they saw Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip, they immediately recognized Li Zongbao. Knowing Li Zongbao's power, they hurriedly shouted. Xiao Hua's divine sense quickly swept through the crowd of cultivators. He actually didn't see any disciples wearing the Imperial Thunder Sect's robes. Don't hurt my Utopia faction's disciples. Seeing that the Utopia faction's disciples were in imminent danger, how could Li Zongbao still cooperate with Xiao Hua? Whip shadows repeatedly smashed towards a few sword cultivator disciples. Pa pa pa, a few crisp sounds rang out. How could those swordsmen, who had fought with the cultivators until their sword energy was somewhat exhausted, resist Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip? Several flying swords were scattered in all directions, and the whip shadows also fell on the swordsmen's bodies. Several swordsmen fell into the air with their flesh lacerated. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Great! When the cultivators around Li Zongbao saw this scene, their hearts were greatly shaken. Their somewhat disheartened hearts were once again filled with vitality. Hurry! Fellow swordsmen, kill this bastard first. Not far from Li Zongbao, a 5th-grade swordsman saw this and hurriedly transmitted his voice. There were originally more swordsmen than cultivators. In a short moment, there were more than a dozen 4th-grade swordsmen who had drawn their swords and surrounded Li Zongbao. So much so that there were also several 5th-grade swordsmen who had drawn their swords surrounding Xiao Hua. Kill! The swordsmen surrounding Li Zongbao quickly released their flying swords at the same time and stabbed towards Li Zongbao from all directions. Seeing all kinds of sword lights, whether flowing water or dancing fireflies, fly out, Li Zongbao's eyes slightly narrowed. Similarly, he didn't shrink back and waved his hand. The immortal piercing whip once again flew out. Woo-woo, a sound came from his whip shadows, unexpectedly causing the solid primordial spirits of many sword cultivators to somewhat sway. Poo-pu, a series of chaotic sounds rang out. Every whip shadow of the immortal piercing whip struck a flying sword. Whether flowing water or fireflies, they all turned into flying flowers and shattered. All of the flying swords had shallow marks on them. Ah! The faces of the dozen swordsmen who had drawn their swords were slightly pale. Clearly, their primordial spirits were injured. The way they looked at Li Zongbao was different again. This late Foundation establishment white-haired cultivator from the Utmost Happiness faction was really too fierce. In one move, he had the strength to break a dozen fourth-grade swordsmen who had drawn their swords. This magic power was directly comparable to a golden core cultivator. But what made them terrified was that Li Zongbao actually didn't stop. The immortal piercing whip in his hand overflowed with splendor again. Complicated talismans swam up and down. With a wave of Li Zongbao's hand, another row of whip shadows struck out. Run! This was the common thought of the dozen swordsmen. But just as the swordsmen urged their swords to flee, the immortal piercing whip had already reached them. Pa pa, a soft sound rang out. Nearly 10 swordsmen screamed miserably and fell from the cloud. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Only a few swordsmen barely escaped the killing whip shadows. Again. The person who had previously organized a group of swordsmen to besiege Li Zongbao also narrowly escaped. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, "We have 700 cultivators. I don't believe that this guy can kill us one by one. Even if it's tiring, we'll exhaust him to death." Of course, seeing that Li Zongbao's face was already a little flushed, it was already a reaction from using the immortal piercing whip too much. Even if one whip didn't hinder him, or several whips didn't hinder him, it was impossible for Li Zongbao to swing the whip dozens of times. "We'll also come to rescue fellow cultivator Li." The cultivators of the Taoist faction also had foresight. Immediately, someone clamored and flew towards Li Zongbao. Chapter 2395. At this moment, bang bang bang. A series of loud noises rang out. Not far from the crowd, Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal once again showed its might, smashing down several swordsmen from the sky. Looking at their badly mutilated appearance, it was obvious they couldn't survive. Good. The cultivators who came to save Li Zongbao obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to be so fierce. They were all overjoyed, and there were even some cultivators who gathered around Xiaohua. Kill. The person who organized the swordsmen was furious. It's just 2 Foundation establishment disciples, at most they are at the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment. We have more than 10 6th-grade swordsmen, how can we not succeed? If that's the case, we don't need to return to the sword domain. Yes. The group of disciples also shouted in unison, the flying swords in their hands flashing, either besieging Li Zongbao and Xiaohua, or preventing others from approaching. Ha ha ha, kill! Li Zongbao laughed loudly. He slapped his hand, and a medicinal pill entered his mouth. The immortal piercing whip in his hand struck out mercilessly, and the whip's afterimages once again attacked the surrounding swordsmen. Sweat! Xiaohua saw Li Zongbao risk his life like this, as if he wasn't worried about his own life. Moreover, Xiaohua already saw that although the magic power in the whip's afterimages was surging, the whip's afterimages were already slightly clear. Clearly, it was the appearance of insufficient magic power. Moreover, the immortal piercing whip once again struck the flying swords of many swordsmen, but it only knocked down the flying swords, and didn't break them like before. This Li Zongbao isn't too fierce? Does this have something to do with his cultivation method? Looking at Li Zongbao's white hair fluttering in the wind, as well as the magic power surging around his body, and the increasingly indifferent expression in his eyes, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel somewhat worried. Little thief, take this. Just as Xiaohua was worried about the others, more than 10 swordsmen also surrounded him, the flying swords in their hands stabbing out at the same time. Their sinister smiles clearly showed that they saw Xiaohua as a dead man. Damn it, if I don't show my might, you guys will think I'm a sick cat. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up slightly. He pointed with his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew high into the air. Its ancient bronze brilliance scattered all over, and it was precisely protecting his entire body. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out the soul-absorbing bell and the soul tool toad. When the soul strands came out from the law eye imprint, a loud dang rang out. The soul-absorbing bell sounded like a big yellow bell, and it shook the area around dozens of meters. With a buzzing sound, the 10 sword cultivators were unable to resist at all. They immediately fell from the sky. Their eyes were tightly shut, and their expressions were fierce. It was as if they had fallen asleep. Ah! The cultivators around Xiaohua also felt their souls tremble and their minds become muddled. When they regained their senses, they saw many sword cultivators land and they all activated their magic treasures to attack the sword cultivator whose fate they didn't know. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He urged his magic power and flew towards the place where there were more swordsmen. He took out the soul-absorbing bell again. Dang dang dang, the soul-absorbing bell shook several times, and each time, a dozen swordsmen would fall from the sky. This soul-absorbing bell was simply a great killing tool for swordsmen in a group battle. Not far away, Li Zongbao injured another dozen swordsmen with great difficulty, and the other cultivators swarmed up to kill them. He himself took a medicinal pill and took a breath. Seeing Xiaohua take down a dozen sword cultivators so easily, his eyes also flashed with extraordinary splendor. Just as Xiaohua was happily shaking the soul-suppressing bell, his mind suddenly became muddled, and he also felt a similar feeling of his soul wanting to leave his body from the mysterious dark clouds. What's going on? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hastily released his Buddhist sense, but he didn't see any eyesores in the surroundings. Apart from the swordsmen hiding in all directions, and the cultivators who were wild with joy, there was no one else. Could it be? Xiaohua suddenly understood. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest, and hastily sent his primordial spirit into the mysterious dark cloud. Sure enough, outside the mysterious dark cloud, the brilliance of Xiaohua's newly obtained spiritual armor was somewhat dim, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. And inside the mysterious dark cloud, within the heaven ring of Qi, the originally spirited primordial spirit was now dispirited and listless, as if it had used too much strength. It quietly floated there, without the slightest bit of strength. And above the primordial spirit, the clear sky was now densely covered with dark clouds, and those dark clouds were also somewhat damaged. I was a little too pleased with myself. Even if the power of my soul is extremely great, after all, this young master's cultivation is only at the heaven ring of Qi. I still can't control it as I wish. Xiaohua understood that he had suffered a backlash from the soul-absorbing bell, causing his heaven ring of Qi primordial spirit to be like this. He thought for a moment, and hastily put the soul-toad and soul-absorbing bell into his space. Seeing Xiaohua actually put away the soul-absorbing bell, many cultivators who had gathered couldn't help but feel disappointed. A late-stage Foundation establishment disciple anxiously said, "This junior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect, that magic tool of yours is very useful, why don't you continue to use it? If you knock it a dozen more times, these swordsmen will all be killed by us." Xiaohua spread out his hands, and said with a bitter smile, "This senior brother. It's not that this little brother doesn't want to. You see, this little brother is only at the early stage of Foundation establishment, not even at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. That magic tool consumes magic power, and this little brother's magic power is already insufficient. If I knock it a dozen more times, I'll definitely die. It's only a magic tool." That disciple was at a loss for words, but without waiting for him to speak again, another flying sword took advantage of the chaos to fly over, scaring him into a fluster. How could he still have the time to blame Xiaohua? Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger at the cloud-suppressing seal, and that magic tool once again danced with a rumbling sound, shooting down several swordsmen into the air. Seeing Xiaohua actually use his magic tool again, that late-stage Foundation establishment disciple who had just reprimanded Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. At this time, Xiaohua had used the cloud-suppressing seal to kill nearly 15 swordsmen, and used the soul-absorbing bell to shoot down nearly 60 swordsmen. Li Zongbao's side had also killed 30 swordsmen. In total, 100 swordsmen had fallen because of the arrival of these two people. However, the fall of these 100 or so swordsmen was still not enough to reverse the defeat of the cultivators. Moreover, in the eyes of the swordsmen, Xiaohua and Li Zongbao had done it in a spurt of energy, so they were bound to exhaust themselves again and again. Just as the swordsman expected, Xiaohua had put away his soul-absorbing bell, and Li Zongbao, who was previously the most eye-catching, was even worse. At this time, his piercing immortal whip was no longer the same as it had been at the beginning, where it could strike several people at once. It could only strike one swordsman at a time, and that piercing immortal whip's power was also greatly reduced. Kill, another unknown sword cultivator cheered from a distance. They've already exhausted their magic power. We only need to put in a bit more effort, and we'll definitely be able to kill them all. Many swordsmen couldn't see whether Xiao Hua's magic power had been exhausted or not, but the cloud-suppressing seal was also not as conspicuous as the piercing immortal whip. However, the cultivators could clearly see that Li Zongbao's face was flashing with an extremely abnormal red halo. This was precisely the symptom of taking too many medicinal pills, causing spiritual energy to stagnate in his body. Chapter 2396. Li Zongbao once again struck down a swordsman with the piercing immortal whip, and another flying sword quietly approached from the side. Li Zongbao simply had no time to detect it. After Xiao Hua blocked a sword cultivator's flying sword, he sighed and waved his hand. The soaring dragon shears flew out, and a golden light flashed and split the flying sword in half. When he saw the familiar golden light, Li Zongbao suddenly came to his senses. He looked back at Xiao Hua and forced a smile. Looking at Li Zongbao's smile that was uglier than crying, Xiao Hua suddenly had a trace of understanding in his heart. Reputation is also tiring. If Li Zongbao wasn't so famous in the utmost happiness faction, he could totally withdraw and leave now. But because of this reputation, he had to protect it. Make it difficult for him to escape. Look at me again, who knows who I am? Even if they know I'm a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so what? Xiao Hua's cultivation is not even in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. It's already good that I can escape. Can I still care about you? Hee, even if I can't brazenly use the flowing cloud flying ship of the Qiqiao sect, I still have my life. What about Li Zongbao? If this guy didn't come with me today, I don't even know if he can keep his life. But, who asked him to be so lucky? To be able to come with me, this is also a cause and effect. Maybe it's the cause and effect that I sensed in the Golden Spring Mountain array. Presumably, Xiao Hua pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal was stored in the space. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, the more than 400 feet phoenix celestial body let out a phoenix cry and was released from his physical body. Io, it's a little weird. Once the phoenix celestial body was released from his physical body, a strange feeling filled Xiao Hua's mind. It was as if another him had appeared in the Dawn Rain continent, and the more than 400 feet phoenix celestial body was his own body. Previously, Xiao Hua's physical body and the phoenix celestial body had the same feeling, but it was very different from this feeling. Yes, it was a completely different feeling. A kind of dominating celestial body, a kind of feeling of seeing the world through the eyes of the celestial body. The phoenix celestial body hovered in the air. Not only did its aura become more intense, but its previously blurry eyes also opened at this moment. However, there was a faint silver-white brilliance flashing in his eyes. Within the brilliance, there were countless planets that were slowly revolving. Xiao Hua's phoenix celestial body spread its wings, and the wind and lightning between its wings vibrated. Several purple lightning bolts shot out from between its wings and struck several sword cultivators. At the same time, the phoenix celestial body's claws also brandished lightning, and dozens of lightning bolts shot out at lightning speed, hitting the swordsman who wanted to attack Li Zongbao. Even the faint black clouds in the sky were gradually condensing, as if attracted by the phoenix celestial body. Lightning was a swordsman's nemesis. When the dozen or so lightning bolts struck out, each of them struck down a swordsman's flying sword and injured the swordsman. Not good. He's the Terror Phoenix. A hysterical voice sounded from afar. All of a sudden, fear appeared on the faces of the swordsmen who were shocked by the phenomenon of the Phoenix Dharma body flying out. As for the other cultivators of the Tao sect, they were also shocked. Among them, there were also true bloodline disciples, but they didn't dare to release their celestial bodies. With celestial bodies, they could use secret techniques in battle, but in a fight with swordsmen, the celestial body would be an absolute target for the flying sword once it appeared. No one dared to take such a big risk. However, not only did Xiao Hua do it, but his celestial body was also incomparably powerful once it appeared. The Imperial Thunder technique couldn't be used with his physical body. What made the cultivators even more confused was the fear of swordsmen. In fact, even Xiao Hua himself didn't know that his reputation was so resounding. The Terror Phoenix, this code name that represented slaughter, spread like wildfire after the Battle of Chicken Cry Mountain. Of course, this was only limited to sword-nurturing and drawing swordsmen. Illusory swordsmen were rarely heard of. However, after the Battle of Golden Spring Mountain, this reputation spread to all swordsmen below sword transformation. After all, there was no wall that didn't have a crack in this world. The dozen or so illusory sword cultivators of the Ling Feng sword sect went to the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Vein and none of them survived. This was already a secret that everyone knew. What did Ling Yunwu go there for? Why was there such a big fanfare? Perhaps no one knew the purpose, but these swordsmen knew that Ling Yunwu and the dozen or so illusory swordsmen of the Ling Feng sword sect were going to kill the cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect called Terror Phoenix. A mere foundation establishment cultivator. However, nearly 20 illusory swordsmen didn't survive. In the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Vein, only 13 Dao sect cultivators survived. Among them, there were no Imperial Thunder sect disciples. In other words, 20 illusory swordsmen died together with the Terror Phoenix. When they heard this news, the other illusory swordsmen were all shocked. They really couldn't think of how a foundation establishment cultivator could kill 20 swordsmen whose strength was comparable to Gold Core stage. However, when they understood the situation of the Golden Spring Mountain Great Array, they suddenly understood. Although the Terror Phoenix couldn't kill them all, it could at least delay them all, right? Chapter 2397. Xiao Hua scratched his head and smiled apologetically. I also don't understand this matter. What terrifying phoenix, I've never heard of it. Who knows what kind of madness these sword cultivators have? Hee, maybe. Li Zongbao declined to comment. In fact, he was also muttering in his heart. To be able to scare away hundreds of sword cultivators, he was afraid it was a late-stage golden core cultivator, or even a nascent soul cultivator. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation was powerful, he was still far from being able to scare away sword cultivators. We'll leave first. Li Zongbao shouted and flew away first. The other cultivators didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed, flying towards Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was naturally with Li Zongbao. Beside them were a dozen disciples of the Utopia faction. The rest of the cultivators kept a distance from them. They were especially respectful and curious as they looked at this young cultivator. To be able to scare away so many sword cultivators, this kind of cultivator, how come they've never heard of him? Terrifying Phoenix? Is it this young foundation establishment cultivator? Of course, there were already some cultivators who started to follow Xiao Hua's train of thought, thinking that the swordsman must have made a mistake. After flying for more than half a day, they arrived near an icy lake. The mountain range here was somewhat continuous. It seemed that they could hide. Some of the cultivators took out the items used to set up the array. Once the array was set up, they hid within it. With a flash of light, all of them disappeared. Phew. Apart from Xiao Hua, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They sat down cross-legged and took medicinal pills to regulate their breathing, striving to recover as soon as possible. Although Xiao Hua didn't need to regulate his breathing, he still took medicinal pills and pretended to regulate his breathing. After waiting for half a day, everyone's injuries were slightly healed, and people started to come over to strike up a conversation. Some exchanged greetings with Li Zongbao, some thanked Xiao Hua, and beat around the bush to inquire about Xiao Hua's origins. Xiao Hua smiled at first, but when he heard his name being asked, he couldn't help but feel somewhat displeased. He didn't dislike others asking his name, but when he thought about how he couldn't escape it because of some reputation and couldn't act shamelessly, Xiao Hua didn't want to tell others his name. He. Li Zongbao seemed to see Xiao Hua's impatience. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, my junior brother is somewhat tired, let's not disturb him." "That's right, how did you get ambushed by sword cultivators?" "Senior brother Li, speaking of this matter, we still need junior brother Pan Hao from Xuanyan School to explain." That disciple hastily went to look for Pan Hao. Not long after, Pan Hao, who had lost an arm, hastily came over to greet Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua. Junior apprentice brother Pan is also a Xuanyan School disciple that participated in the Great Battle? Seeing Pan Hao's Daoist robe, Li Zongbao asked curiously, how did you encounter a sword cultivator here? Is it the conference hall's plan or the Xuanyan cult's plan?" This. Pan Hao only hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. In any case, he still had a golden core cultivator above him, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "Oh, I see." Li Zongbao nodded to himself. He finally understood that the information he had obtained in the Sky Patrol City was planned by the golden core cultivator of Xuanyan School and not by Qin Jian. "It's just that this matter is really out of my control." Not only did sword cultivators set up an ambush, but there were also 2 golden core cultivators. Junior apprentice brother Pang led them to the vicinity of the Spirit Stone Vein in the Gale Snowfield. I'm afraid that he wanted to join forces with junior apprentice brother Ji Mingkuan, who was guarding the Spirit Stone Vein, to resist the enemy together. Yes, junior apprentice brother Pang could only do so. Li Zongbao nodded slightly and sighed. This was what it meant to go for wool and come home shorn. I'm afraid, it's not that simple. Xiao Hua naturally knew that sword cultivators had as many as 4 illusory swords and 3 golden core cultivators. It was definitely not just one, as Pan Hao said. "I have a good friend in Xuanyan School named Zhuo Qingyuan. I wonder how he is now." Xiao Hua opened his eyes and asked. "Oh, so you and junior apprentice brother Zhuo are very close." Pan Hao saw Xiao Hua ask a rare question and hurriedly smiled apologetically. Junior apprentice brother Zhuo's cultivation has always been stagnant in the Qi refinement realm. Of course, he was sent out during the war. Unfortunately, he died on the battlefield in the first battle. Even his corpse was not found. "Oh," Xiao Hua sighed. For no reason, he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. He recalled the first time he saw Zhuo Qingyuan outside Jinghua City. At that time, he was only at the 2nd layer of the Qi refinement realm, while Zhuo Qingyuan was already at the 11th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Even Xiao Mao was already at the 4th layer of the Qi refinement realm. The second time he saw Zhuo Qingyuan was with Kai Zhuoxia. Moreover, because he received information about the Fire Essence Flame Crystal, he began his miraculous journey of using the Fire Essence Flame Crystal to refine his body. The third time he saw Zhuo Qingyuan was at the Taiqing Sex Feather Immortal Assembly. At that time, Xiao Hua was already at the beginning of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Zhuo Qingyuan was only at the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm and had yet to build his foundation. After that, there was no more news about him. Until today, when he asked for information about his old friend, he had already turned into ashes. This is very common in the Dawn Rain continent. We're still at the foundation building realm. When we reach the Gold Core realm and the Nascent Soul realm, we can go into seclusion for dozens of years or even hundreds of years. Those Qi refinement and foundation building juniors, because their lifespans have come to an end, even without this sword battle, they can only see you go into seclusion. They can't see you come out. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua's rueful expression and said in a low voice. "Many thanks for Brother Li's guidance." Xiao Hua took a deep breath and laughed inwardly. He often referred to himself as young master, but after careful calculation, he was probably dozens of years old now. Fortunately, young master has a face that doesn't age. Young master also has the qualifications to call himself young master. Xiao Hua encouraged himself and then asked casually, Zhuo Qingyuan has a junior martial brother named Xiao Mao. I wonder if he's doing well in Xuanyan school. In Xiao Hua's mind, Xiao Mao had the dragonization art, so building his foundation wouldn't be a problem. He wouldn't be sent out to Xuanyan school. Unexpectedly, a trace of astonishment appeared on Pan Hao's face. He asked curiously, that Xiao Mao, isn't Zhuo Qingyuan's junior martial brother? Could it be that he's old friends with fellow Daoist? When I saw Xiao Mao, he was with Zhuo Qingyuan. I naturally thought that he was Zhuo Qingyuan's junior martial brother. What's his cultivation level now? Xiao Hua said with a chuckle. Oh, I'll let fellow Daoist know. Pan Hao didn't dare to hide and said, junior martial brother Xiao also went into battle with us. He was injured when he first participated in the battle, but after he recovered, his cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few years, he charged into the middle stage of foundation building. Right now, he's with me. Since his cultivation level broke through, why didn't he withdraw from the battle? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Fellow Daoist doesn't know. Pan Hao smiled apologetically. Xiao Mao's master is the famous gold core cultivator of my Xuanyan school, Senior Yuan Jiming. He advocated tempering one's cultivation during the battle. Therefore, although junior martial brother Xiao broke through to the middle stage of foundation building, he's still tempering himself during the battle. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded. However, he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly asked, what did you say just now? Xiao Mao is with you? Then he's